Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Let's see. Eastward pre-purchase. No, not gonna buy anything. Okay. Wonderful. Mm-hmm. You're still on this screen. Alright. I'm gonna start new game. Sequel. It's time for the sequel. Oh man. We're pretty much halfway through the series at this point. Oh god. Am I ready for this? Not really. Not really. Ba, ba, ba. Da, 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 da. Ba, ba, ba. Da, 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 da. And my vacation time is nearly over too. Damn. It sucks to be minded like me. I always think about how much time I have left. Instead of like just enjoying it. Kinda sucks. But today I did a lot. And I'm proud of that. Hello there. We're gonna wait a little longer than the usual. Simply because we're starting a brand new game. Ace Attorney, Great Ace Attorney Resolve. I hope the gameplay isn't that much different. I hope they don't mix anything up, really. I hope it stays the same. New game, who this? We're sequel, baby. Sequel, baby. We're getting there today. Yesterday was fucking great. That ending was absolutely explosive. With revelations. Huge revelations. Was it Egbert? Yes. He did the deed. And he was awesome! I loved his fucking villainy. It was really good. So, if you weren't there for what was going on, he killed McGilded by buying it off. Because McGilded pretty much killed his father, Mason. And I was like, oh, this is sad and it sucks. So, the best thing about it is that Egbert basically turned into McGilded. He did exactly, you know, it was dramatic irony of becoming that which he hated. Yes, Mason was his dad. His full name was Mason Milverton. And the real name of Egbert was Ashley Milverton, and then he changed that to Ashley Graydon. Yeah, he pretty much wanted nothing to do with his past life, which is why he changed his last name. Hello there. It was really tragic, because it really seems like he was slowly getting attached to his father again. His father really, he seemed to have cared for Graydon and did not have any hard feelings on being poor. Graydon explains that his father has never been corrupted by his circumstances, but he has. Yeah, it's pretty shitty. Pretty shitty indeed. Because in the end, Mr. Mason, all he did was protect his son. Because he knew he was doing something wrong. So he was like, hey son, can I talk with McGilded? I will give him the disc. And that's why he was killed. It looks like he was calling McGilded out for his crimes, and McGilded just straight up just killed him. Yeah. Mr. Graydon, aka Egbert Benedict, was corrupted by money. Absolutely. So in the game we had a very, very classist, oppressive story. It was pretty sad and satisfying because I love Ashley. Ashley went down fucking hard. He was like, yeah, I killed that man. I got my revenge. And then, you know what? Good for him. Good for you. Go, white boy, go. McGilded absolutely deserved the way he went. Remember, he died inside of his freaking omnibus, burning alive. Ashley danced straight into hell. Yeah, freaking Ashley's Chad for killing McGilded. McGilded apparently, I mean, when you think about it, he also forced this young girl. He forced a bunch of people to do his bidding. He was a really corrupt man. Not to mention, he was also looking for government secrets to sell. So that was the secret. That, there's government messages that were being, encrypted. And then Ashley made a music box and separated the Morse code from the dots and the dashes, so there would be 2 discs. And he was trying to recoup that. If Ashley wasn't a total prick to Gina, he would be cool, yes. Absolutely. If Ashley did not become that which he killed, Ashley would have been more redeemable. Yeah, Ashley said he sent McGilded straight to hell. Fucking raw! I was raw as fuck. But, the drama. But I'm glad that Ashley turned out the way he did. He was more interesting than I gave him credit for. I thought he was just gonna be kinda lame. To be 100% honest, I really thought he was gonna be lame. Turns out he was fucking great. We had very little time with him, but his motives are great. His backstory is pretty good. And his lines are very fun to read. Yeah, the writing has been aces, because this game feels so naturally more of a sequel from Apollo Justice simply because Shu Takumi is the director and his friends are working on this game. It feels like such a direct sequel even though it's not a sequel. It's so bizarre in that respect. So bizarre in that respect. I will probably scream a lot. Can't wait. I'm gonna wait a few minutes before we start the second game because it is new. I just draw the drawery. So Lagom, for context for the second game, Susato was about to leave, but it was greatly delayed, so we got the chance to catch up before she left. And we saw Susato by the pier, and she was about to throw a big book into the ocean before Ryunosuke stops her from throwing the book and goes, "Susato, were you about to throw a law book?" And she was like, "Yeah, I've lost faith in the law." And I was like, oh no! Because she committed tampering, evidence tampering. She tampered with the scene of the crime. And, so she did that because she lost faith in the law, in its power to seek justice and convict people who did the deed instead of innocent people. And I was like, man, this is so raw. This is great. This is fucking great writing. So Ryunosuke tries to, tell her that what you did is not comparable to what other criminals have done. And tries to reassure her, like, no, you're still the greatest judicial assistant in the whole fucking world. And I'm like, that's right, Ryunosuke, she needs to know that. It's a whole call out to the law, or court systems in Japan originally, I guess. Not really. It is not based in reality at all. Japanese court system does not work like this, like in the original trilogy at all. From what I've heard. It's just a parody of the system more than anything else. Cause Shu Takumi did not really know that much about it, about the law system. He just did a story that he thought was interesting and funny and fun, and he loosely based it on his own experience as well. Loosely. Like, the term loosely is actually loose. Not intended as court satire. Yeah, because it's not based in reality at all. It's completely in its own universe. And the Ace Attorney universe is very crapshoot. It's a crapshoot universe. You are guilty until proven innocent, until somebody else is proven guilty. That's the system in this. It is kangaroo court. It is its own beast. For the facilitation of gameplay. Because you also gotta understand, the game was originally gonna be detective stories. It was originally just going to be an investigation kind of story, not a court story. I'm glad that there's a little of both. Finally, in these games, it really feels like both worlds are actually working alongside each other. My favorite reveal was the Morse code notes. I have to say, like, my favorite reveal... God, what was my favorite reveal? Oh yeah, I didn't explain that to you. So, when they revealed that it's Morse code, Iris was hearing it, and she knows Morse code. So she tried... Aw, thank you. So, she tried to interpret it, and she realized that the Morse code is Japanese Morse code, and she only knows a few words, a few letters from it. And she goes, A, so... Yi. And I'm like, everybody on chat, poggers. The Morse code mentions 4 names. Someone Shin. K. Asogi, T. Gregson, and lastly, J. Wilson. So I was like, oh fuck, is this a hit list? It sounds like a hit list. And then she continues with the wording, but unfortunately, since Iris did not write down the entire Morse code, we didn't listen to the entire thing. That's as far as the Morse code could go with the message. It really does sound like it's like some sort of hit list, or these are people who are traitors, or they have a greater scheme in the game. The first game is very small in plot, to be honest, and mostly building up plot lines for the future, but it's still very fun and enjoyable. I still think it's a very well done game. It does feel more episodic, but I feel like it's the perfect Season 1, where you establish these characters, their motives, their aspirations, and really settle them let them grow who they are before you start doing like a big villain and whatnot. I actually prefer that. I actually do prefer that kind of build-up. Oh my god, a bukkake of plot lines. Well, so far, we don't know why Mr. John Wilson was killed. I'm pretty sure the Lord Chief Justice is the one who's been doing all of this shit. I mean, he's such an obvious villain, it's not even funny. Oh, hello. As the first Ace Attorney game to play, it was really fun. This is your first Ace Attorney? It is very weird if you play this game and then you go back to the original trilogy, because the first game is devoid of all of these things featured in this game. It has so little in terms of gameplay. It's very much a very straightforward visual novel, even though I love it. I fucking love that game. The first Ace Attorney is still a fucking masterclass of writing. It's still great. And I want to replay it, knowing all that I know now. Chief Justice is so evil, he eats betrayals for breakfast. We also don't know what's Asogi's mission, that's right. Me running from spoilers. This me. Wait, let me put him on screen. Catapult. Catapult. God. I like all Ace Attorney series apart from the first Investigations. Edgeworth Investigations is definitely the black sheep of the entire series. Holy shit. Edgeworth Investigations was definitely the worst of these. I did not enjoy that game. There were moments that I found hilarious, but it was so long-winded, the pacing was so trash. The pacing was the worst part, because there's some reveals that are genuinely cool. Like the Crow trio, the Kuruma, I think it's called, trio. That reveal is awesome, but they show their trump card way too soon, and the hype dies immediately. Yeah, apparently Investigations 2 is way better, but it's not localized yet, and I don't wanna get an emulator. Not now, anyway. I do like the second one though, and it's like the same pacing, but it's way too much plot in there. Oh yeah? It is made by a different team. I'm still not over the dude who's supposed to be from Northern Europe but does not seem like it. Oh yeah? It's very interesting. Very interesting indeed. I like Dual Destinies and Spirit of Justice more than most Ace Attorney fans, to be honest. I like them just fine. But they do not hold a candle. Unfortunately. Like they're good games, but they definitely do not hold the candle to the Great Ace Attorney first one. Like I'm trying to think, like, was I really that hyped for Dual Destinies and Spirit of Justice? Not really. Not really. There's some areas where it definitely is a little weak. There are places where I'm just like, man, if only they did this a little different. But they're not bad games, and they're not bad Ace Attorney games at all. They're not bad. Dual Destinies still has one of the best prosecutors they've introduced to the series. Simon Blackquill is great. I love him with all of my kokoro. I love that dude. I think Athena is great, even though she has way too much going on, to the point that it kind of overshadows everything they've introduced so far. Like, there's too much going on in Dual Destinies. First of all, Apollo's friend shit, then Athena's backstory, Blackquill's entire deal, freaking Phoenix coming back and becoming a lawyer again. Like, there's just too many plot points in that game. And I wish they ironed it out a little better. They needed to iron it out. For example, you could have introduced all of those ideas, but not resolve them immediately, like in this game. Like in the Ace Attorney Adventures, where they introduce a bunch of plot lines, but we only resolved one, and that was McGilded's case. That's it. That's the only thing we resolved. That's the only thing we resolved. And of course, solidifying what Ryunosuke is all about. Almost Friday stream. Grace Attorney. Grace Attorney. Dual Destinies just did way too much at once. Way too much. I love some of those characters, but damn. It is a bloated game. And Spirit of Justice is also pretty bloated. And also it introduced one of the weakest prosecutors. God damn. Nayuta is so forgettable. That's so unfortunate. He's so forgettable. He's... like, I love Godot, but I don't really know which one I would rank higher. Like, Godot is definitely, to me, one of the lower tiered prosecutors, simply because the way he affects the story is not great, in my opinion. Franziska von Karma is a fun character that I wish they explored more. He did not have a satisfying character arc. Nayuta was flat throughout the entire game. There was no growth from him. Like, let's think about it from Edgeworth. Edgeworth had this backstory that was the entire premise of the first game. Franziska was looking for revenge on Phoenix and finally reveals that she really does have a heart. Godot has a pretty tragic backstory overall, even though I do not agree with how he was written. He still has a tangible, like, growth from the beginning to the end. And he has great fucking lines, too. Blood? No. This must be my tears. And he's the one who made the, you know, a lawyer cannot cry until it's all over. And that's fucking cool! That's fucking cool! They gave that to Godot, but he seems like such a fucking waste! He's so fucking cool! It makes me angry. And then we have Clavier, who... Gavin is fucking fun. He's just stupid and fun. And then he finally stands up to his brother, and I wish that was explored a little more, but it works. Black Quill, his entire deal, he's a fucking samurai. He's cool. And he just wanted to protect this young girl from being thrown in jail forever, I guess. Even though, I don't know, Ace Attorney is weird about that shit. And then we got Nayuta, who's just... Nayuta, I can't point out something that changed for Nayuta. He's just kind of weird. He's just really weird. I don't even remember Nayuta's deal. Nayuta's deal is that his culture is freaking super strict on purity and sees things so black and white. It's very disturbing. It's a crapshoot. For sure. Like, you thought law in Ace Attorney was fucked up. The whole seance and their culture thing is so much worse. Raifa was more interesting than Nayuta. Or Raifa. Raifa was way more interesting than Nayuta. Nayuta's entire thing is that he's always like super prepared and he understands every reference and he's just way too perfect and not silly enough for me. He was just not dumb enough. And I think that's kind of weird to say, but the best thing about prosecutors is that they're cool while also being stupid. Like, think about it. Edgeworth is very silly. He can't get the witnesses to introduce themselves. He loses his cool every once in a while. He does that whole with his finger. Francisca has her whip and she goes nah. And then she hugs herself just like her father. Manfred is just fucking evil. He's just an evil person. Just evil as fuck. Godot has his whole coffee thing, which is hilarious, and his mask glowing in the dark. Very hilarious. Gavin has his guitar shit. and you know, going and German words. Like, what is going on with this dude? I thought he was German. Apparently he's not. Black Quill is really cool and stupid. But he's mostly cool. Also, he loves to laugh at your misery, which is the best. I love Black Quill whenever he loses his shit and starts laughing at Athena is the funniest thing ever. I love him. I love how the big brother energy he has towards Athena. It's great. Nayuta, he's just boring. He's so boring. There's nothing that's not perfect about the dude. prank the judge by saying the defendant is a ghost. No, Black Quilt just goes, Judge, you do the prosecution statement. You do it, and the judge does it. He's such a troll. Yeah, he's definitely a troll. Yeah, Yuta is just not... Like, he has fun things going on, but I wish he had sillier things. Like, I mentioned it before, but I wish his hair slapped him in the face or something. Because, you know, whenever he does that cool thing and his hair flings behind him, what if, you know, whenever he gets shocked, his hair just slaps him in the face? How do you rank Barak? Van Sykes is definitely a top tier prosecutor. He's very close to Edgeworth in terms of how much I like him. Van Syke. I will never say Van Syke. Very, very top tier. And it seems like they're setting him up for big story, because the last thing we hear from him is, hey, you wanna know why I hate Japanese? Because I was big betrayed by a Japanese man. So I came here to look at those Japanese eyes. And I'm like, it's like, that's kind of still racist, you know? God. But he seems to be set up for big story. Oh, he was betrayed by a Japanese man. That's it. That's the only thing we know so far. And then Ryunosuke will ask him, like, okay, can you tell me why that is? And he just goes, maybe some other time. Maybe one day. But it seems to be a setup for the future. I don't think it's that weak. What will be weak if it's the backstory, if it's not as heinous as we believe. Van's heart was broken by a Japanese man. He's still not over it. So we only got two things solved. Why is Sykes going against Naruhodo? Because it's reminding him of his betrayal from 5 years ago. And the other mystery is the McGilded case. That's it. That's the only answers we ever got. We have no idea what's going on with the government lists. We have no idea what the whole deal with Iris seems to be suspicious. I gotta say, something's very suspicious about Iris, and the reason why the Baskerville case is something that Sholmes doesn't want to let the world know about. It's kind of weird. But it might have to do with Iris as a whole. You want Barak and Black Quilt to beat up? That would be way too much goth in one room. I fucking love Herlock a lot. Gotta love that man. He's so silly. So good. The universe explodes. But yeah, we're getting ready to start the second game in a bit. There's a lot of things to have answers for. Her luck gets even better in the second one. Oh yeah? That's great. Oh man, can't wait, can't wait. I didn't expect the game to have so many fucking characters, that's for sure. Did this game got more budget than Dual Destinies and Spirit of Justice? I have no idea. Great Ace Attorney definitely feels more polished, but I think that's because the people who worked on this game are far more experienced than the people who worked on Dual Destinies and Spirit of Justice. I think that's the case, because they did say that the people who worked on Dual Destinies and Spirit of Justice are far younger. They're a far younger team. So that might explain why this game has so much more polish. Because this team probably knows each other, they have institutionalized the knowledge about how the system works. So that might be why they're more... it feels better overall. Out of Asogi, Herlock, and Barrock, who would you date the most? Asogi. Asogi, because in terms of personality, Herlock is too chaotic. Barrock is just Barrock. I mean, he's beautiful and he's handsome, and I would gladly have sexual relations with the guy, but as a person, he wouldn't be a lot of fun. I would love Herlock as a friend, but Asogi would be great as a friend, as a romantic partner. He would be great as everything. Asogi's great. He's got the wine though. Don't worry about it. I just like Asogi a whole lot. I would have infinite wine bottles with Seeks. Is a one-night fuck. Like, the one thing Barrock has over the other two is that he looks rich as fuck. He looks like... But that's so much pressure. Like, you also gotta think about it in terms of the era. Like, it would be such a fucking stressful time to be the significant other of that man. Being Sherlock's, like, partner might be a lot of fun, but kind of stressful too. Just getting all of that too would be bad. Now hold on, we didn't consider the money. That changes things.
Oh, to be Mrs. Herlock. To be Mrs. Soames.
Yeah, Asogi is the only one who would take the relationship very seriously and respectfully. I fucking love that Soames has like adopted Ryunosuke. He's my new Watson. He's like, you're with me now, you're my partner. Asogi's just a normal, decent fucking man. Exactly. That's why I would choose Asogi. He's the least stressful choice. Oh wait, he was. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Oh man. I really love how quickly they established that Ryunosuke and Asogi were together, like very close. Not even as friends, they're just really, really close. The way it was written it's implied that they even live together. That's how close they are. They speak to each other using their first names without any honorifics. They call each other partner. Asogi invites him and you know, whisk he joins him on the ship when he shouldn't have. Asogi just looks at him with the most shining, beautiful pride eyes. Like, they really established that these two are tight. They're tight, man. My lord, these two men are gay. But Susato is cute. The only problem with Susato is that she's 16. That's my only issue. I honestly see romantic chemistry would be possible between Ryunosuke and Susato. It's so much better than when people were talking about Maya and Phoenix. I'm like, no, Maya and Phoenix is like strictly sibling relationship. But Susato and Ryunosuke, if Susato wasn't 16, I would honestly see some romantic chemistry there. But unfortunately, the age issue. I think it's possible that Ryu and Susato become a couple in the future. Yeah. Yeah, I can see that. I can absolutely see that. There's definitely a strong foundation for a relationship in the future. I love her so much. They said that she was based on the Yamato Nadeshiko, like the ideal Japanese woman, and I can definitely see that. She's pretty much perfect in every way. She's a complete opposite of Maya, that's for sure. She's nowhere close to the silliness that Maya brings to the series. I mean, who knows? Susato might be the one with the gun next time. Oh man. I love Maya too. I'm just saying how Ryunosuke is a lot more similar to like young Phoenix Wright, and Susato is nothing at all like Maya, is what I'm trying to say. Yeah, Susato has a lot of agency in the story. Absolutely. She goes out of her way to do things without even talking to you about it. Nothing. She helps you out so much in that game. It's insane how much of the game is thanks to her. Yeah, young Phoenix is super dumb. Super dumb. Like, Phoenix caught the Larry Butts disease early on. Until he finally goes to gets disbarred from the courtroom. Trials and tribulations? Yeah. Yeah. I think the best thing to happen to Phoenix is him being disbarred from court. And just adding a layer that Phoenix knows how to bullshit way too well. I love that so much. That Phoenix just decides to be dishonest for the rest of his life. I love that so much. That's the best thing. I also love that Mia taught him a very important thing. Like, hey, if you get a problem, don't think about the problem as it is. Think about, why is that problem the way it is? Turn it around. Turn the thinking around, baby. And that's been his entire, like, motif throughout the whole thing. It's like, wait, I can just go, oh, it's not about not having apples. But what happened for him not to get those apples? Rotate the thoughts. Rotate. It ain't lying if you don't get caught. Rotate. Dude, Edgeworth is his entire reason for becoming a lawyer. Twice! Not once, but twice! Edgeworth is boop boop beep boop. Phoenix, I need you to become a lawyer. And then fucking Phoenix like, me? Again? Okay. Anything for you, Edgy. Anything for you. Good lord. Unbelievable. Oh. So we almost waited an hour. I think that's enough time for everybody to be settled in. Gonna start this new game. I wish I downloaded the VOD of when you played Athena Blackquill case. I wish I downloaded all the VODs, but hey. It was kind of fun figuring out the judge of the voice of the judge in the early parts of last year. Last year in December, when I was just figuring it out for each character. That was fun. I didn't think the judge voice would be that entertaining. It's okay, Immortal. I might play those games again, knowing what I know, but maybe not all of it. But I definitely want to play the first game again, because there is so much about it that I vaguely remember now. Yeah, the really good cases, maybe. Exactly. Absolutely. Can you choose which cases you can play in the trilogy? I don't remember if you could. I can open it up right now. I still have it. I need to download it though. Because that would be cool if I can do that. I really want to play the entirety of the first game, because I think the first game has some of the tightest writing. From what I remember, that shit was good. My first Ace Attorney was Professor Layton and Ace Attorney versus Ace Attorney. That's actually... yeah, I would count it. I would still count it. Why not? Who gives a shit? My favorite thing about Professor Layton versus Ace Attorney is that it has the best Edgeworth voice that everybody hates. Well, right. Wait, Edgeworth in Layton. Wait. Fucking, it's so bad. I love it. I love this voice for Edgeworth so much. It's perfect.
What's the matter, Wright? Has the cat got your tongue? Or are you still in a holiday kind of mood? Perhaps your mind is as clouded as the English sky.
Any hints, Maya?
Not really. If only the professor were here. I think
It's
at
so
this
good.
point you've got to use that patented spell of yours, Nick.
So the reason they talk about spells is because
Hello,
it's based on
Nick?
witch trials.
Just when we think it's all over, you always use
Phoenix's
it to turn the
voice is
tables.
good, but his objection is
got
so
it. I just have to close my
weak
eyes
in
and
this
say
game.
the magic word. Luckily, I don't need a witch's scepter for this one.
Save the chit-chat for later, right? I've almost missed that utterly annoying spell of yours. Fine, let's hear it then.
Just take a deep breath and give it all you've got.
Well, here goes.
Objection.
Objection!
Objection. Wow. What a limp freaking objection, damn. Because I played that game and saw that game was out in Japan and begged for it to be localized. It's still not here in any other way. It's still for the 3DS. That's it. If Edgy's voice was less British, I wish it was even more British, to be quite honest. Because that's what I thought he was. I thought he was British. His entire, like, persona is confusing. He's supposed to be a Japanese man, right? But he's not, and he was in Germany, and I don't get it. He's just, you know, he's designed the way he is to look pompous and shit. But let's start this game. Let's start this game. Let's go! That better not be your dad.
Standing here in the bright sunshine, looking out over the vast ocean. Those days in London seem like a dream. But I do miss my time in England's vast capital. You know, he's flourished into a truly wonderful lawyer. I've no doubt that at this very moment, he's fighting some noble cause in court. Forgive me for taking so long.
If only I understood what's written in there.
My life has been such a whirlwind since I returned. And no one could have predicted
Is that your
what
mom?
has happened. Just 2 months after arriving home.
Mm-hmm. I find myself faced with a big crime. Oh shit! Oh, Gisette! What happened to her? Is she dead?
So I came here today to ask something of you. Tomorrow, I shall be standing in court.
What?
For the only time in my life. As a lawyer.
Wait a minute. Yeah, she's dead! She's dead!
Please. I ask for your guidance.
Yes!
Kazuma-sama.
Oh, okay. Oh, fuck. Oh, that was Kazuma's grave. Oh, this is gorgeous! The Adventure of the Blossoming Attorney. Is she gonna disguise herself as a man? Is that what that was? Oh, thank God the Dilf is still alive, though. Daddy is still alive. Good, because he's such a handsome man. Man, that means he's really fucking dead. Let's not go there, please. 13th of August, which is tomorrow! I've been playing. Oh, this is so weird. Anyway. So close to the game's time, indeed. Oh my god, Susato. What are you going to do?
Here I am again after 9 months. The Supreme Court Justice of Judicature of Japan. I feel so nervous, but I must steel my nerves and find a way to compose myself.
Hi, Dad. Good, you're here. It doesn't do well for a lawyer to be late.
Oh, yes, good morning, sir.
I hardly recognize you. You could have fine figure counsel. Oh my god. I love Dad. Is Dad gonna be our counsel? Our co-counselor? You look as white as a sheet. And those wide eyes aren't doing you any favors. Oh no! Being a lawyer just makes you go... Oh man. Oh man.
Oh dear. The truth is, I'm so incredibly nervous. I feel utterly nauseated. I almost wish I'd never been born.
Oh, Dad is like, my baby, no, don't wish for that. Goodness, not the sort of thing a father hopes to hear from his daughter, I must say. Yeah, that's really upsetting. Hey, Dad, look how cute Dad is.
Eugene Mikotoba, professor of medicine in the Imperial Yumean University.
Oh man, big Nuevus. His hair is great. Mustache, great. Eyebrows, great. Sideburns, amazing. That freaking streak of white, very good. Yeah, her dad is great. Handsome as hell.
A man who, earlier in his life, traveled to Great Britain to study the latest advances in forensic medical science. And of course, my brilliant father.
Who this? A cutie? Oh, she's cute as fuck! Look at those pretty eyes! Man, this game's designs are so pretty. They're so aesthetically appealing. That's our defendant, probably, yeah. Her kimono is adorable. A goyfriend. A goyle-friend.
Would I be correct in thinking that you're going to be my lawyer in court today?
Yes, that's right, miss.
Well, I want to thank you for agreeing to represent me. I swear on my life. It's a complete fabrication, the whole thing.
Ray Membami? Ray Membami. What a weird last name. Remember me. Fuck. Remember me. God damn it. Raymond Bommy, remember me. God damn it, I feel so fucking slapped.
Born the same year as I, and my greatest friend. Though unusual for a woman in our time, she works at the university research laboratory helping my father. And sadly, she's the defendant in today's trial.
Oh boy.
Accused of committing a truly awful murder.
And they were friends. Gal pals, am I right, my guys? My dudes?
Are you feeling alright? Since we started talking, you seem, well, to have become a little flushed. Oh my, it's just that you look so gallant and dashing.
Oh my god. The girl turns into a boy. The other girl falls in love. Gal pals. Big gay. Sorry?
And when I fall under your intense gaze, it makes me feel rather bashful.
Wow. The less our beings. Less intense gaze are become right here. Wow.
Goodness, I don't think she knows. She hasn't realized who I am.
And I'm not gonna change her voice, you guys. Her dad is like, oh man, I have a handsome daughter. It would seem our little plan of this trial is going to work.
Oh, what do you mean, Professor Mikotova?
If even your best friend can see through the disguise, I think we can relax. Big relax.
Disguise? Yes, I never tried dressing this way before, of course. And I wasn't sure how convincing it would be. But it does feel like a little relieved. I feel a little relieved, as you say, Father. Father?
What? If you think the energy between Asogi and Ryo had chaotic gay energy, then you haven't seen the lesbians.
Oh, is that you, Susato? I'm so sorry I didn't say anything sooner, right? It's just no! What are you doing? What's going on? What? The Varsity Universe, the Varsity Cat, the Varsity Cape, the Varsity Badge. Look at you! You look all the world just like a student of the Imperial University, a male student. I'm so glad you think so. It means all my preparations have been worthwhile. I woke at 4 this morning to make a start. But I don't understand. Why are you dressed like that? Well, you see...
It was the only way. The only way we would be permitted into the Supreme Court to take on your defense in this trial. Yeah, because Susato tampered with evidence, so she wouldn't be allowed to be a lawyer, right? That or sexism. Oh my goodness. Susato! Fucking unbelievable. Yes. Susato right now. Little imposter. Susato, fucking shut up. I need you to stop right now. I need you to fucking stop. Incredible. The only way we'll be permitted to the Supreme Court and take on your defense in this trial.
My defense? Never before in my life have I felt so frustrated at having been born into this body. Courts in Japan are barred to women. We're not even allowed to set foot inside the courtroom. Despite the fact that the laws of the land apply to all people, male and female alike.
Sexism.
But women are forbidden. Just for today, I'll be leaving my true self at the courtroom door, so that I can act as your lawyer. Oh, Susato, you go to such lengths for me. Of course, you're my greatest friend. I just worried that I shan't be the lawyer you deserve. Oh no, I have complete faith in you. Ray. It's so strange, though. I mean, you're such an accomplished judicial assistant already. And yet, just because you're a woman, what a wretched reason. I mean, why shouldn't you be allowed in court? You're so gallant and dashing.
Wow.
Ray. Please don't look at me like that, with those flushed cheeks and dotting eyes. Oh, I'm sorry. It's just, you really do look so dashing.
Wow. Wow. So gay. I am drinking so much of this gay juice. This is such good jade. I need more. Oh, delicious. Ray is looking gay juice served on a silver plate.
Yes, you've mentioned that once or twice.
Gotta drink that good. Oh my god. You should be pleased. It means you look convincing as a man.
I am pleased, I think. It's clearly helped to bolster my confidence today. Ray. You're managing to put on a brave face in all of this, but I can see through it. I've noticed how your shoulders are slumped, and how you're trembling ever so slightly. Susato, you do believe me, don't you? I didn't do it. I couldn't have. I mean, murder. Of course. You have nothing to worry about. Your conscience is perfectly clean. Isn't that right? Yes. Yes, it is. Perfectly clean.
Wow. She's so cute. Gotta believe in her. I love her kimono. It's so pretty.
I have absolutely no doubt in my mind about your innocence, which is why I'll stand by you until the bitter end in this trial. Whatever happens, I'll always be on your side, because that's what it means to be a defense lawyer. That means so much to me, Susato.
Defendant, counsel, court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once. Is Ouchie gonna be there? It's gonna be Ouchie again, of course. Of course it's gonna be Ouchie. You should go in at once, Ray. If you're late, the judge won't hesitate to pronounce you guilty. Also, hot judge, hot judge, hot judge.
Oh. Stand aside! I don't think I've ever seen her run so fast.
Well, Susato, you've certainly surprised your father. Going to such lengths to be admitted into the courtroom.
Also, what a great dad.
Can I just say, Mr. Mikotoba is just letting her do this. That's kind of cool. Going to such lengths to be admitted into the courtroom, and with no prior experience of being a lawyer.
There was simply no other way. That's all there is to it. But Father, you haven't told her, have you? I mean, I'm right in assuming that Ray doesn't know how it came to this.
Yes, quite right. I've got that information from her. It would only worry her if she found out that no other lawyer would agree to take her case. Oh, okay. Because it was the death of Miss Brett, so... Wow! Giselle Brett is just freaking dead, dude! So we're not gonna hear back from her. I don't want to burden her with that.
And is it true? The reason why every other lawyer is refusing to take the case? Is it really because of who the victim was?
We should be making a move now, too. As you know, law is in my field, but I'll do what I can to support my student.
On the bright side, she's dead.
Oh my god.
Thank you, Father. I'm Susato Mikotoba, a judicial assistant. 8 months ago, I accompanied a student of law on a study trip to Great Britain. But 2 months ago, due to unforeseen circumstances, I found myself back in Japan.
I forgot I changed his clothes. He looks great. I love it. New clothes. He looks so handsome. Looks very good. Yeah, I turned his outfit on. I think Susato's outfit was off, though. Fuck cosplayer. Hey, he looks like he's been living with Sholmes. This is Iris's thing, so don't worry about it.
How many times have I wished that I was here, I wonder?
So let me save and make sure that Susato's costume is off. Back to title here. Let me make sure that's off. Yeah, it's off. Because I'm not a fan of it. I'm not a fan of this, so. But I do want Ryunosuke's to stay. Boop, 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 boop. I'm gonna keep it on. For Sholmes. What is it, Tim? What are you showing, Tim? And all I can— wait, no ice, no stir, no glass. We're refining how whiskey can be enjoyed, including introducing the Glenlivet Capsule Collection. All I can see, he eats a whiskey pot. He eats a vodka pot. He eats a larger pot. He licks a spider pot. He eats all the pots that remind him of the good tide. He eats the pots that remind him of better tide. Just shut up. Get out of here. Alright, let's continue.
How many times have I wished that he were here, I wonder? Still, I'm no choice now but to steel myself for the trial ahead. Wish me luck, Naohodo-san.
Oh boy. Man, court in Japan starts really early, that's for sure. At 9? Good lord. His court is now in session to hear the trial of Rei Membani.
The prosecution is finally ready to proceed, Your Excellency. My top knot is still undone.
Hot judge, hot judge, hot judge. Oh, she looks so cute. Ah! Ah! It's really cute. Oh my goodness. Defense counsel, are you ready? Yes, Your Excellency, we are ready.
Ready! Her eyes!
Ah, yes, counsel. According to your registration details, your name is, Ryutaro Naruhodo. Ryutaro! Now we got Ryoichi, Ryunosuke, and now Ryutaro! Oh man. Is that correct?
Sorry?
Oh yes. I had to come up with a suitable male name for you at this little venture. So I'm afraid to say I simply just put down the first name that sprung to mind.
Oh my god, he's so handsome. Anyway. Sorry.
All the Ryus. He's just thought of Naruhodo, Ryutaro. Yeah, this angle. Mwah. Well, Council.
That's right. That's me. Yes, I'm Ryutaro. He who has vowed to uphold the pride of the great Naruhodo clan.
Ah. It seems Ryutaro may need to consider how better uphold his manly act first and not overdo it. And those wild, wide eyes aren't doing you any favors either. Just relax and listen.
Naruhodo.
A fresh face in this courtroom, if I'm not mistaken.
Are you humbled, Ouchie? Are you humbled?
But the name Naruhodo, would that perchance be?
You may be thinking of Ryunosuke Naruhodo currently in Britain as a part of the study program. This is, cousin. Yeah, his top knot was cut by Kazuma. His cousin! There you go! Ace in the hole. Cousins. That's right. Ryutaro here has been studying in the provinces, but was called to the capital for this trial. I assure you, in matter of law, his knowledge rivals that of only Tokyo's preeminent lawyers.
Any of them.
What a pitiful situation. Having been rejected by every lawyer in the capital, the accused just had to call in a country boy.
How dare you? Susato is every bit as—
Oh no! No, not Susato!
Is every bit as gallant and dashing as any of your Tokyo attorneys. I would have you making fun of her.
Ray, no!
Huh?
The way she shakes is so cute.
Please be careful, Ray.
What an unrefined tomboy we have here. But I wonder, is your gallant and dashing lawyer up to the challenge of defending you, His wide, skittish eyes very much suggest that he's not.
I'm so nervous. Now that I'm standing in his shoes, I'm starting to understand what Naruhodo-san goes through. Like it or not, eyes are wont to flit. She can't calm down. Oh boy.
Oh boy, how did this happen? The case to be heard on this day is the matter of great significance to our national interests. In fact, it would be reasonable to assume that the outcome of this trial may well affect the future of our empire.
Just like the trial 9 months ago. And yet, for proceedings of such importance, we have this unknown yokel by the dock. Dear me.
Perhaps this would be an appropriate moment for me to assess the defense, to determine whether you are sufficiently competent to practice in this courtroom. Here we go, tutorial! Hi, Dad. Oh my god. I never expected him to be here. This is great. Already this game is good, because Daddy's here. Oh man. Won't to 9 months ago, when a certain other Naruhodo stood where you're standing now, the same judge tested him as well. And even though he was just a student at the time, not even of law, he passed the test with flying colors. Alright. You can do it, Susato. For a trained and experienced judicial assistant like you, this will be easy. So, counsel, do you consent to answering some simple questions? So cute.
Alright, it's time to prove myself. Yes, Your Excellency. But please do make them simple.
She also has to slap herself. Very well, to start with, you will state the name of the victim.
Whew, that is simple. I couldn't forget that if I tried.
Stage fright. Here's the stage fright. Oh man. What's the matter?
Now that I'm standing in his shoes, I'm starting to understand something else Naruhodo-san goes through. Like it or not, minds are... went to blank.
Not surprising, really. It's your first time in this position and in that guise. Even a bright spark like you is bound to flicker and falter under such, little under the circumstances.
Oh dear. This is a dismal failure.
Don't fret. You only need to use the knowledge you've gained as a judicial assistant to overcome the problem.
Of course! The court record! Yes, the answer will be amongst all the key information about the case in the court record.
That's right, just press E. Just, yes, tutorial, of course. Of course. And don't take too long over it, His Excellency is watching you closely.
Alright, check the court record with E. That's where I'll find the information I need will be.
There we go. Oh my goodness. 9 months ago she was found guilty of the murder visiting Professor Dr. John Wilson. Fucking ouchie. Who appears to be struggling to accept changes afoot. Yep. What is the name of the victim in this case? Giselle Brett.
Yes! Yes!
Cute.
The name of the victim who lost her life in this case is Miss Giselle Brett.
So cute.
Giselle Brett?
A name that will never be forgotten in the courtrooms of our country, I'm sure. Correct. And being a member of our empire's judiciary, you will be well aware of the significance of that name. So let me pose another simple question. As you know, Miss Brett was a visiting student from the Empire of Great Britain. Why then is her name indelibly associated with our own empire's judicial history? Obviously, you won't have forgotten that case from 9 months ago. But if it's providing hard to recall the finer points, everything you'll need is included in the court record. Okay, let's read it. Female British. Time of death? Oh. 2 days ago, just around 2 p.m., ascertained by examination and witness statements. Cause of death, a single deep stab wound from behind piercing a lung. Ooh. And resulting in fatal hemorrhage. Death would have occurred within minutes. Notes: extreme meiosis, pupil constriction as observed in the victim in both eyes. Eyes which we never get to see. Won't just means to want. It's an archaic form of want. But I'm still gonna say won't because the English language is confusing and my brain will not accept an O being pronounced as an A. It's like wanton. Won't is pronounced subtly with the O vowel anyway? I don't know about that. I don't know about subtle. Subtle does not exist in Spanish. Which is why I struggle so much with some words and how they're pronounced, because whenever I read a word, I want to read it as it's spelled. Just like in Spanish. So there's no subtlety in Spanish. In Spanish, it is written how you're supposed to say it. Period. It literally tells you where the accent should be. No, like, there's very few languages that do that, I suppose. But Spanish has very few exceptions. English has way too many exceptions. Way too many. So I will continue to struggle, and I don't care. As long as I get the gist of what it means, I'm fine. But if providing hard to recall the finer points, everything you need is included in the court record.
Obviously, I still remember. That was the start of everything. Giselle Brett. Behind the woman student persona was the face of a killer. A killer.
Also, did somebody message me? Yes, they did.
A killer.
Yes!
9 months ago, a visiting professor of medicine at Imperial Yume University was killed. And the culprit was Giselle Brett.
Yes, she was a killer. At the time, our country had just signed a new treaty with the Empire of Great Britain. And it was in the midst of his delicate diplomatic situation that the incident occurred. I wouldn't say steal, much in the way that trade and shit happens, and words didn't exist for those things. Like massage in Japan, there's no real word for that. So they just say massage. Cake didn't exist, so it's cakey. So every language has to, like, quote unquote adopt a word. Hurricane comes from the Taino huracán. So, you know. Isn't even English, if I'm not wrong. I don't know, but the point is that Japan did not have a word for it. So they have to say massage. An Englishman, Dr. John H. Wilson, was shot dead. I believe he was an associate of yours, Mr. Professor Mikotoba. Who's talking right now? The judge? Or was that Susato? We had no name on it, so It's from Le French. Nascer. Portuguese amassar. Ah, and masa dough. Okay, cool. Yes, masa is masar. Yeah. From French. From Portuguese. As I was indebted to the man, he been my mentor, and I went to London to study forensic medicine. Indeed, it was I who invited him here to Japan as a visiting professor at the university. Naturally, the murder of an Englishman on our soil was a matter of the government wish to resolve rapidly. Portuguese. Indeed it was, which is why a secret trial was conducted here in the Supreme Court. Secret trial. A student of the Imperial Yume University was arrested on the suspicion of murder. A second-year English language student by the name of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I like that they put this noise filter like it's a photo. Old-timey photo. With the help of his best friend, a student lawyer, the accused conducted his own defense and exposed the despicable crime committed by Miss Giselle Brett. Miss Brett eventually admitted to her crime. However, when questioned about the motive that drove her to take Dr. Wilson's life, she gave no satisfactory answer before the trial reached its conclusion. Yeah, are we gonna get an answer?
Immediately after the trial, the British government brought its consular jurisdiction into play. They were unable to sentence Miss Brett according to our empire's laws. It was decided that she would be removed to Shanghai, China instead.
Why Shanghai?
There's a British consular court there. Correct. I oversaw the negotiations personally. The date of her transfer to Shanghai was finally settled upon only last week.
Oh really? She wasn't even in Shanghai yet? Until last week? Damn.
All that remained of our empire's obligations was to see the woman safely on board the steamship.
And yet, the very day before her departure, the English woman was killed!
Only the day before.
Interesting. That will do. I'm satisfied that the counsel for the defense is sufficiently capable of representing the defendant.
Oh. Thank you, Your Excellency. Over the first hurdle.
Now a summary of the incident, if you please. We're gonna find out soon. Professor Ouchie.
As you wish, Your Excellency. The repugnant crime took place on the 11th August in the broad daylight.
Oh, this is pretty.
On the outskirts of the imperial capital, under bright blue sky in a secluded bathing spot by the sea. The incident occurred inside a small beach hut erected for bathers to rest and change their clothes. The cause of death was a single stab wound to the posterior abdomen that pierced the victim's lung.
She was wearing that in a beach?
The injury proved fatal.
She almost looks like she's smiling.
There are 2 persons alone together in the beach hut at the time of the victim's death. Miss Brett, in her bathing attire, and the accused, Raymond Balmy. Accordingly, there can be no doubt of the accused's guilt, especially when we consider she had a powerful motive. The police arrived rapidly at the scene and promptly arrested the young lady.
That was her bathing attire? Can somebody look for bathing suits in the 1900s? I don't think they were like that. They were pretty full-fitting, but they did not look like that. Oh shit! Why did it move? Look at that, that's cute! Look at these! Oh, I see. Interesting. Bathing gowns. Oh, these are adorable. These are actually really cute. I would wear these. Yeah, I would wear this. You can swim just fine. Don't worry about it. Man, cock and balls for all to see. Look at the fucking no fucking cuppy for this guy. Just straight out. These 2 gals are like, don't look at the balls. Don't look at the balls. That's a me. That's a me. Amazing. Alrighty then. Let me see what Susato said. Oh, Ryutaro just had nothing to say. Okay. Well, wait. Did she say something? No, she didn't. I think she did say something, though. Well, an extraordinary description of events leaves me somewhat lost for words, I must say.
That's certainly true. The prosecution's summary was full of words that raise an awful lot of questions. As a lawyer, I really ought to pick up the prosecution's counsel and what he said about
powerful motive, maybe? Maybe the powerful motive first? What is that motive? Being alone together? Bathing spot? All of these are things I want to question about. But first I'm interested in the motive.
You're clearly exaggerating. Powerful motive is a blatant overstatement.
He's a yokel boy using long words he doesn't fully understand.
I beg your pardon?
No matter, let us put this to the accused, shall we? Mambani-san, when you research... were you a research assistant at the Imperial Yume University, I believe?
Yes, I am. I'm working with a Professor Mikatoba in this laboratory at the moment.
I can confirm that. The defendant is an excellent assistant with a strong sense of responsibility.
Fascinating to hear. Now, another question. Prior to your work with me, Professor Mikatoba, whose research were you assisting then?
Oh, I was studying under Dr. John H. Wilson.
Oh, really? Revenge? After months? After months? Really? You're gonna use revenge? Dr. Wilson, the visiting English professor who was murdered by Miss Brett 9 months ago. Revenge.
They have to use their revenge. The accused had a deep-seated respect for her former mentor, Dr. Wilson. Is that not true?
Yes, Dr. Wilson was a wonderful man.
Interesting. Then tell the court what deep-seated feelings you had towards the English woman who killed him.
Well, obviously I was filled with hatred for what she'd done. A powerful hatred.
No, Ray!
Oh no, Ray, be careful of what you're saying.
The motive was revenge. Plain and simple, Your Excellency.
Big heart, smooth brain. Well, it was clearly a trap all along.
How wicked of him of using Ray's undying respect for her former mentor against her like that. I must find out more details, and something we can use to bolster our defense. As a lawyer, I really ought to pick up the prosecution on what he said about...
The bathing spot, being alone together, is the other thing that I'm interested in.
Membami-san. Yes? What is it? I mean, Naruhodo-san. I'm really starting to wish he made my alias Ryotaro Susato.
Oh, Susato looks so cute. Love it.
Please tell the court exactly why you were present at the bathing spot with the victim in the first place. And why were you alone with her? Oh, well no, that's not true. It wasn't like that at all. There were other people present. A detective who was guarding Miss Brett for starters. And I was just asked to accompany Miss Brett as a companion, that's all.
But let us be clear. At the moment of the death, you were alone together with the victim in the hut. You and no one else. The truth is, there is only one reason why this young woman accompanied Miss Brett in her bathing sojourn. It was the accused's last chance to take the victim's life.
No.
Because, as we know, the following day you see Miss Brett extradited to the British authorities in Shanghai. And the accused will never have an opportunity to dispatch her again.
That's a little far-fetched, eh?
Kindly refrain from conjecture, counsel.
The prosecution counsel seems to enjoy using provocative tricks like that. But for now at least we need to assemble more facts. Try not to let them goad you.
Oh dear, this is really terrifying. But Father's right. We need more information.
And the last thing, the bathing spot.
If I may, Professor Ouchie.
Prosecutor Ouchie. Did I say professor? It was prosecutor? Yeah, prosecutor. Whoops.
What do you want, you fresh-faced young yokel student?
I wonder, could you explain, please? You mentioned a bathing spot.
Huh, why, apologies. Clearly my modernity has confused the poor country bumpkin's simple mind. Bathing spots are the very latest trend in health practices from the West. We're told that bathing in the water of the ocean is curative, therapeutic, and excellent for the skins.
No, that's not what I meant. I was referring to the fact that Miss Brett had, to all intents and purposes, been found guilty of murder. Why would a known criminal have been relaxing by the sea?
For old time's sake, I believe.
Sorry?
Miss Brett was to depart to Shanghai for the following day. Her final wish, as it were, was to enjoy a day in our country's wonderful coast. And the British Embassy put extreme pressure on our government to comply.
Yeah, Miss Brett really pushing buttons, eh?
But on what grounds would we agree to such a request?
Because as usual, our government is unable to stand up to foreign powers. In matters of diplomacy, it seems we don't even have the courage to decline the whims of a known criminal.
Don't look at me like that, Professor. It was the government who granted permission, not I. In any case, it was decided that with the dedicated detective on duty, nothing could go wrong.
Can't wait to see Hosonaga again.
But in fact, a murder took place.
I said don't look at me. It was a young student girl who did it, not I.
No one has proved that yet.
I wouldn't provoke the man if you don't need to. I believe we all have a clear picture of the incident now. Despite her guilt being determined 9 months ago, Miss Brett managed to avoid incarceration, instead continuing her research work at the university. Obviously, over that period she and Ray would have encountered each other on a number of occasions.
Seeing the murder of the mentor whom you had such great respect enjoying such undeserved liberty.
Yes, even if it was temporarily until Miss Brett's extradition to Shanghai. You can hardly blame Ray for the feelings of anger and resentment.
Poor Ray.
So, Your Excellency, if you be so kind as to peruse this exhibit. A photographic printer shows the scene of the crime immediately following the grim incident.
I would like to see that. Interesting. Oh, she is wearing a bathing suit. Huh, they done their research. Cool. There's a number of interesting things going on in here. The bird is dead. Very good. Yes, thank you, Counsel. A tragic image.
As you can clearly see, there is nowhere within the hut that anyone else could have hidden.
The court will accept this photographic print as evidence. As I understand it, then the victim and the defendant were alone inside the beach hut at the time. This is deeply troubling, I must say. The finger of guilt points firmly at the defendant.
Well, Your Excellency, naturally the prosecution has much more to its case. We intend to prove the accused's appalling actions beyond all possible contention. To that end, I can have confirmed that we have multiple witnesses to the crime and damning evidence.
But witnesses? But who?
One of whom, I might add, is a highly respected police detective.
Okay, here we go with Hosonaga. I just had a thought. Is Hosonaga gonna be in a suit, or is he going to be in a swimsuit? Is it going to be like a little sailor boy swimsuit? I don't think I'm ready to see Hosonaga in a swimsuit. We already see him as a sailor boy, as a waiter. I think he's gonna be in his swimsuit. Oh no. Oh god. I hope it's like a sailor boy one. This is the beach episode. Yes, it is. It is the beach episode.
I assure you the testimony of these witnesses will leave no room for doubt.
He is a handsome, even though he has tuberculosis, man.
Very well then, counsel, bring forth your witnesses. I, Taketsuchi Ouchi, have been waiting for this moment.
Sorry?
Oh yes, I haven't forgotten that trial 9 months ago, here on this very courthouse. When that irreverent little student boy utterly humiliated me.
Oh no! He wasn't wearing that then. Also a little mousy. Does Naruhodo wear something different in the game? Should I change it at some point? And there he goes, cutting the top knot. I'm glad we see this again.
Strike the head of a samurai whose top knot has been cut, and the bell of cultural enlightenment tolls. Yes, on that fateful day, my former self died.
The start of your own mini Meiji revolution. Are you modernizing as well, Council?
Silence! Ever since I swore revenge back then, there has been a minor miracle atop my head.
A minor miracle? Oh yeah, he didn't have hair like that before. A minor miracle? The little swirl on his head?
Observe the algae growth. You see, this is the seed of hope sprouting forth from the barren expanse of my crown.
And it looks like a Magatama. God. This is so dumb. I love it.
I think that tiny growth is trying to tell me something. I'm afraid I can't really see. Where is the hope exactly?
Ray? Do you need glasses? Also, that was kind of a hidden burn, eh?
I said silence! Today, I face another yokel student of the Naruhodo clan. Well, I will vanquish you. And my victory will be fertilizer for the seed of hope atop of my head. You have been warned. With that, the prosecution calls the witnesses to the stand.
It looks like the stakes are high on both sides on this trial. The prosecution and defense each have much to lose.
A haircut is hardly comparable to Ray's life.
I love her dad so much. Oh my god! What are you doing here, Soseki? What is Soseki doing here?
Witnesses, please state your names and occupations for the court.
Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga. Oh my god, he has a little turtle! He has a little turtle on his head. He's so cute. God. Imperial Police Bureau. I'm in disguise, obviously, so I can't go undetected. Come on. This is so silly. He has a turtle. I am, well, the next big thing in the books. An author renowned throughout the capital, in fact, yes. Tortuguita. I love this other dude over there. Also, he has a pen ink. He has pen ink on his hand. Interesting. Interesting. Oh my goodness. This is great. Yes, it is a real book.
Soon to be sold out, the satirical I Am a Cat. A sensational success by Soseki Natsume.
Oh my goodness.
Struggling student from the provinces, please. You needn't be awe of me.
I needn't.
It's only natural that you feel nervous by my presence, but all of you please relax. Call me Suseki even.
I love it.
Yes. What on earth is Soseki-san doing here?
Tread carefully, Susato. That author fellow knows you from your time in London, doesn't he? If he exposes you for who you really are, this will all be over before it's begun.
Yes, of course, I know. I presume Soseki-san won't have forgotten about me. I could certainly never forget him. Although he does seem to have changed somewhat in the 6 months or so it's been since I last saw him.
He's more himself, eh?
And as for Inspector Hosonaga, that amazing outfit is hard to believe.
Susato is like, wow. That's one hell of an outfit. Oh, this is great. This is fantastic.
Do I have something on my face?
Showing skin. Also, Cena, I think you're behind. He does look healthier, but we'll see about that.
Well, your glasses for one, although they don't seem to be helping you see. Thank goodness he hasn't recognized me either.
Ah, I suppose it's this disguise, is it? I thought that appearing here in the clothes I was wearing at the time would make for a more faithful testimony.
No, it wouldn't! No, it wouldn't, Hosonaga! Hosonaga, you're a treasure.
It is my guiding principle to carry out all testimonies flawlessly. Well, I can appreciate why Imperial Police Bureau detective might have been present. But what business did a writer such as yourself have being at the scene, Soseki-san? Ah, well, you see, I had been asked that day to give a lecture. On the morning of the incident, the Imperial Yume University Grand Lecture Hall, no less.
At Yume University?
After the lecture, I had a very pleasant conversation with a researcher from the Medical Science Department. The professor over there, in fact.
With Professor Mikotoba?
Yes, that's right. It was arranged by one of the newspapers.
Turtle necktie? Is that really what it... Is that really the joke here? If that's the joke. That turtle, that poor turtle. Yeah, she looks adorable with her hair like that.
It was arranged by one of the newspapers. They wanted to wanted some story about, or rather about 2 former students who studied in Great Britain. Of course, being renowned author, the press never leave me alone. Discreet secret prize, snapshots, scribble stories, and scupper my privacy.
Who is that dude?
As you can see, the conversation was written up on this newspaper here. Read it for your leisure, my provincial struggling student friend. I have plenty of copies.
Thank you very much. He practically threw the paper at me.
Alright, newspaper containing the article about discussion between father and Soseki-san. The debate became quite spirited. He always looks like he's about to cry. He's like one of the cats on the screen. He's like one of the cats on the screen right now.
Anyway, following my interview with the professor, the lady in question appeared and made very unexpected announcement. I should like to go with everyone to see your country's coast. Those are her words. As I explained before, Miss Brett was never taken into custody. She continued to work in my laboratory, under strict surveillance, of course. In which utterance, the university immediately contacted the government to seek guidance. And the response was, permit Miss Brett to go as long as a detective accompanies her. That detective I am at liberty to divulge was me, Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga. Thereby the entire party departed cordially for the seaside, it seems. It was extremely challenging to clear all other members of the public from the vicinity of the beach.
I think the turtle is just a little toy turtle. It bobs its head like a toy.
But unfortunately, I'm at peak physical fitness at the moment.
There we go. That's not peak. There. Gotta put him. God damn it, Hosonaga. You can't go around putting your tuberculosis everywhere, my sir. My good man.
I was able to carry out my duty flawlessly.
Oh my, Inspector, you... Well, you do have something on your face now.
It's a little towel now.
Oh, how unsightly. I do apologize.
Does this mean that you went to the beach too, Father?
No, unfortunately. Fortunately, I had work to finish off. I couldn't read that. But unfortunately, of course, it meant that, as my assistant, Ray was invited to take my place. Of course, being a renowned author, I didn't like to decline the invitation. But if only I had! I never have seen that awful sight! Relentlessly racked by remorse and regret!
He has new poses now.
Very well, I must ask you to present your formal testimony to the court. You will give an account of all you've witnessed on your impromptu excursion to the coast.
Put on your mask.
Of course, Your Excellency. Relentlessly racked by remorse and regret, I am.
Oh my god.
On the day of the incident, I was ordered on a special surveillance assignment in this disguise. I just managed to catch the crab when I suddenly heard a caterwaul.
A caterwaul? Caterwaul from behind me? Caterwaul. What a word.
I ran into the beach hut at once, where I found the pair in question. Yes. A young girl was astride the Englishwoman, dagger in hand. She stabbed wildly. I saw blood on the blade. It proved to me that she stabbed the victim multiple times.
Okay, that's not it, eh?
Indeed. It does appear from this testimony that both the witnesses here present saw it. At the very moment of this heinous crime.
What?
Uh-huh. Now, if you will recall, I promise evidence as well. What phrase did I use again? Ah, yes, it was damning evidence.
What do you have here, Counsel? A so-called fountain pen, is it? Correct, Your Excellency. I found it at the scene whilst examining the body. It appears that in her dying moments, with her final ounce of strength. Did she write down the name? The victim clutched a piece of evidence that would positively identify her killer.
What?
Your Excellency, if you would cast your eyes over the photographic print of the crime scene at once.
Is this another case of writing the name? God damn it. Ah, goodness me. Oh, she's just holding it.
Yes, the victim was clearly grasping something quite deliberately in her hand.
That's right. The fountain pen. And if you look kindly, examine the pen, Your Excellency. That's Ray's pen? Ah! It's Ray's pen. The owner's initials have been engraved on the ebonite barrel. R.M. Ray Membami. The initials of the defendant. She also gets hit. Oh man. Forefather of plastic. This fountain pen will be admitted to immediately as critical evidence. Fountain pen has been entered to the court record. Pen that the victim was found grasping in her hand. It carries the initials RM.
So, have I omitted anything? Decisive testimony and damning evidence. There's a bright blue sky outside the courthouse today. Perfect weather for a scribed guilt, I feel.
Get the hell up.
I don't understand. Prosecutor Ouchie of 9 months ago had none of this man's poise.
I don't see what poise you're talking about. Counsel for the defense, you may begin your cross-examination now. But before I do, Your Excellency, let's look at the court record. Let's examine on. Yes, that is a fountain pen. But look at this. There's a few pairs of footprints in here. Why would she be holding the pen and the glass be there? You can't hold two at once. That's a little weird, don't you think? We got shoes. We got a brush. The bottle over there. What is this? Some ice maybe for the wine and all that? And the fucking purse. The see-through purse from the first case. That's great. Let's read this. Oh, that's cute! That's so cute! We saw that in the end credits of the last game. Meow meow meow. Alright. Oh, we can't even look at it. We can't examine it yet. $33. After a spell of bad luck with the law, now he's a successful author and a witness to the current case. God. Surreptitiously submerged in the sea in order to... Oh my god. The turtle? The turtle is just there so they won't see his head. God. Can you imagine this tall ass dude sinking in the water with the little turtle? Toitle. Alright. Like a kappa. You're right, it does look like a kappa.
Counsel for the defense, you may begin your cross-examination now.
Get yourself up, Ryutaro.
Naruhodo-san.
Naruhodo. That means... Oh, yes, me!
Is there another Naruhodo in my courtroom?
Actually, there isn't even a single Naruhodo in our courtroom.
Cousin Ryutaro, pull yourself together, please.
Alright, I've seen this countless times as a judicial assistant. Find inconsistencies in the witnesses' testimonies to prove what that they're lying somehow. That's all there is to it. That's how a real lawyer should handle a cross-examination. So let's see what I can do.
Let's go. Time for big pressies. Big pressies.
Hold it!
And that jaunty disguise.
Correct. Wait, no. I mean, it wasn't the first time I've worn this swimsuit to dip in the ocean. It's tried and tested. Do what must be done to keep the Englishwoman under surveillance. Those were my orders that day.
And this tried and tested outfit was the answer.
Being able to blend flawlessly into a crowd is the important part of a detective's job.
Oh my god, so dumb.
I submerge myself in the salty water, leaving only Mr. Turtle.
Mr. Turtle! Mr. Turtle!
Floating inconspicuously on the surface. Mr. Turtle loves the water.
Oh my god. Mr. Turtle loves the water!
But there was no need for you to blend in the background on this assignment, really, was there?
If that made you late arriving at the scene, I think perhaps you had your priorities wrong.
Let Hosonaga have fun. Let him have fun. The man is dying.
Perhaps I shouldn't pursue this line of questioning any further at the moment.
He just wanted to dress up.
Hold it!
You're describing the victim's scream, presumably, Suseki-san.
In more literally terms, you might say it was a scream that could have pierced the heavens.
Yeah!
Or the like.
Can you imagine?
Of course, that's just a metaphor. We renowned authors won't be describing, describing things so.
Suseki-san, wasn't it on like this in England?
Anyway, I spun around the noise and the beach hut.
I always said bleach because bleach is in my head. I read the new chapter and I'm so uninterested. I'm sorry. I wanted to be interested in Bleach, but the only thing that was interesting is that the art is better. The art was really good. That's it. Also, Daddy Ichigo is really handsome. That's all I'll say.
I spun around the noise and the beach hut immediately fell under my gaze.
Yes, the beach hut.
The area is popular with government ministers. Many have seaside retreats there for rest and recuperation.
Locals are prohibited from entering the area, so it's always very quiet. The beach hut is a simple structure, erected as a place for people to change, or to take refuge from the sun.
Although the Englishwoman commandeered the hut for herself, which meant that I was forced to change in my swimwear on the sand.
I imagine that was rather embarrassing for you.
Well, anyway, I tossed the crab aside and headed to the beach hut at a run. Or, in more literary terms, I decrabbed and beetled off hut-wise.
Decrabbed. I decrabbed. I know exactly what pen Cosmo would be. I just don't remember the name of it. Oh, you're looking for pens for each character?
Hold it!
Wait, by pair? You don't mean to say, but how could that be?
No, you misunderstand. Obviously, I meant the victim and the defendant. Raymond Bami-san.
Oh, it would have been helpful if you could just set that from the outset.
If you jumped into conclusions, you have to expect to fall flat on your face sometimes.
Dear me, pinning your hopes on such an outside chance. Foolish. Very foolish.
Would you look at the time? It is time for crab. Is it time for crab? Is it time for crab? It is time for crab.
It is now time for crab.
So stupid. It's time for crab. Beautiful. What's... Oh no, not the freaking spider crab. Jesus Christ. Just giant ass spider crabs.
It really was an outside chance. I just wish I had realized that before I said something silly.
So, Inspector, why didn't you tell the court how exactly you found the aforementioned pair in the hut?
As an ouchie, he now has a little bundle of hairs on his forehead. Well, it was a sorry sight. It was a grisly scene. I parted the Noreen curtain, hanging in the doorway, and stepped aside only to see the defendant leaning menacingly over the lifeless body of the victim sprawled in the sand. Oh my god. The turtle just bobbing crazy. Did you see the turtle just freaking bobbing like fucking... It was a rock concert. Just a metal concert. My glasses were clearly cracked at the ominous sight that met my eyes.
How thoroughly appalling.
The scene took place in a beach. That's why he's wearing a swimsuit.
He doesn't appear to be lying here. So, Saseki-san, can you confirm what the Inspector Hasanaga is saying, I wonder?
Ah, you like a literary man's opinion.
Hold it!
Stabbed wildly. You actually saw her do it.
Oh,
Indeed. A terrible spectre! Terrapin Inspector! The bloody torrent! The author's torment!
Who is that guy? And why does he have fountain pen ink? What is his name? I bet it starts with R. People should stop touching weapons in Ace Attorney games when there's a body. Why does he pose like that? Because JoJo.
Every sight and every sound is still carved in my melancholy memory. That was my impression, at least, as a future literary sensation. Counsel, what on earth is that shrill, effeminate scream?
Oh, no. What are you insinuating? I'm as manly as a Japanese man as you.
I wonder if I might interject here, Saseki-san. He's like, oh goodness. Something you said is troubling me. That was my impression. Were your words just now, I believe. His eyes are twitching. You lying, eh? You lying, huh?
So, do you mean to say you're not confident that you really did see what you described?
No, I mean yes. I mean, I know what I saw. My ears didn't deceive me when I heard that scream, hence my eyes didn't deceive me either. I could describe everything I saw vividly. I could publish it all in tomorrow's newspaper serial.
Oh my god! Oh my god, Hosonaga! Hosonaga! Hosonaga, you scrawny man!
It sounds as though the next installment of I Am a Cat may make a macabre return.
I think this is a fool's errand. The more we press your author friend on what he saw, the more entrenched he's going to become.
Oh dear, how awkward.
Okay, last thing to press on. Even though I'm pretty sure... Let's look at the autopsy. Single deep stab wound. It was a single stab wound. Why multiple? Why multiple? There was a single stab. But let's press anyway.
Hold it!
She was stabbed multiple times. How can you be sure of that?
Very simply. From the blood on the blade.
The blood.
When I entered the hut, I saw the defendant holding the blade raised up in the air.
Yes, that's right. I saw it too.
Oh.
And I noted that there was blood on the blade already at that point. In other words, the victim had already stabbed at least once by the time I arrived at the scene.
Yes, that's right. I saw it too.
And the victim was already holding the defendant's fountain pen in her hand too. All of which means I can be sure that the victim did not die instantly. God, this freaking loser. I love him.
Yes, right. I saw it too.
Maybe a year in London was too much for him. He sounds like he's forgotten how to speak Japanese.
The logic of your argument is sound at least. Well, as I said, it is my guiding principle to carry out all testimonies flawlessly.
Perhaps it should have been your guiding principle to protect the victim flawlessly.
Ooh! Oh, shit! Oh, fuck! Damn! Susato is freaking savage! Damn, Susato, calm the fuck down. There was already one murder. We don't need two. Christmas.
That's just my personal opinion, of course.
Hosonaga, you did your best. This man is gonna die faster because of that now. Counsel, you will refrain from mocking the witness.
I know. I just have so many thoughts swirling around in my head. It's all I can do is stand here wide-eyed and mute.
Goodness, my dear, you really must try to calm down.
But how am I supposed to find an inconsistency in what these two gentlemen are saying? I don't see why either of them would have any reason to lie.
What you must remember, I think, is that witnesses may inadvertently lie at times. For various reasons. A misunderstanding, a mistaken observation, a delusion even.
Ah, a delusion.
Don't believe the policeman even though. What's important is that we determine the truth. And there's only one way to, sure way to do that.
Yes, with evidence, of course.
Reject humanity. Become Toitle. Spoken like a true judicial assistant. During witness testimony, you can use E to pick a piece of evidence to present for consideration. You need to listen carefully to each statement and compare what is said to the details of the court record. If you find conflicting information, that may be the inconsistency you're looking for.
Yes, it's all about inconsistencies.
Once you have identified a witness statement that appears to conflict with a piece of evidence, present the evidence to the witness with R. And the way ahead will present itself to you, I'm sure.
Yes. Alright then. I'll consider the details of the evidence in the court record against each statement to find an inconsistency.
R.
I hope I'm up to the task.
Don't forget that you can have the witnesses repeat the statements as many times as you like. Everyone has to start at the beginning, remember. So those wide eyes are quite forgivable. And besides, there's no one else to defend the poor girl.
You're right. I need to listen to the testimony again from the start.
We don't. We just need to go to the very last one. Okay, this one. Multiple times. Nope, she did not. I believe it's in here. Only a single wound was identified.
Objection!
Awesome.
Yeah! With that accusatory cry that just welled up from deep inside me, I think I finally understand. Every time Kazuma-sama and Naruhodo-san has stood here on this bench, the stakes have been very, very high indeed.
And what is the meaning of that menacing pose, Counsel?
I'd like the witnesses to clarify something for me.
Who, what, where, when, and how?
She did the pose.
Not you, Saseki-san. The query is directed at Inspector Hosonaga.
At me?
In your statement just now, you said the victim was stabbed multiple times.
Yes, that's right. As I said, I entered the hut. The defendant was already standing over the victim, bloody knife in hand, like a murderous demon.
And yet, that cannot be.
What? Get to the point, please, Counsel.
Oh, she has her little book! She has her little book! Yeah! In the post-mortem report, it clearly states that the victim was stabbed one time only.
Ah.
Fucking dies. In other words, Inspector Hosanaga's testimony is clearly flawed. And Soseki-san,
Me,
He claimed to have seen Membami-san in the throes of stabbing the victim.
Yes, I did. Wildly.
But both you and the inspector confirmed the same point. That there was already blood on the knife that you saw the defendant holding.
Yes, and?
It's quite simple. We know the murder weapon was used to stab the victim only once, therefore there's no way there could have been blood on the knife if that single stabbing point hadn't already occurred.
True! I don't really know what that logic is, but okay. And what exactly is your contention, Counsel? Are you ever going to tell us?
Yes, Your Excellency. There's only one logical conclusion. Give me the knife.
We don't have the knife. At all.
What Soseki-san in fact saw was not the moment the defendant stabbed the victim at all, but the moment the defendant in fact withdrew the Okay. Fine. Withdrew the blade from the victim's body.
I can't.
Beep! This goes... Excellent work, Susato. You exploded at them with that ejection and then proceeded to pull them apart systematically.
Objection! Well, this takes me back. Yes, I seem to remember your cousin staged a scene much like this in that trial 9 months ago.
Destroyed them with facts and logic.
A half-witted child with a half-baked objection, attempting to steal the show.
You're right. There were certain similarities. Except that so-called half-witted child managed to outwit the prosecution. It was only a half a head of hair.
Slander! My head is quite adequately dressed. In any case, all this talk of stabbing and withdrawing and multiple wounds, it makes not a jot of difference.
What? Why not?
Engage your brain, young man. When the accused first plunged a deadly weapon in the victim, it was the fatal blow. And it was at that moment that she had withdrawn the blade ready for her next strike that the witnesses saw. The knife was already tainted with blood because the accused has already stabbed the victim. All you have successfully shown with your little display is that the mustache author is prone to moments of extravagance.
So dramatic. I am in agreement with the prosecution. If the defendant has been wielding the blade at all, it is sufficient grounds for her actions to be viewed with suspicion.
But if she was withdrawing the blade...
Then we're back where we started.
Sorry?
Consider this, young yokel boy. If the student girl is as innocent as you claim, then why would she have pulled the blade from the victim? And with a demon's cold-blooded composure, too.
Oh, is Chap being stupid? Is Chap being dumb?
The prosecution demands an explanation, and it better be good.
Why did Ray pull out the knife?
Ah, yes. Going for the jugular.
What does Father mean by that?
Let the court hear your answer then, Counsel.
The truth is, I don't really know. But I have got to come up with a plausible reason here, or we don't have a case. The reason why the defendant pulled the knife blade out of the victim's body was surely so she could...
stab her again.
This is where we save. So the only two that we have is either save her life or hide the knife. Save her life doesn't make a lot of sense. Stabbing her again would just, you know, indicate that she stabbed her in the first place. So that one, the first one is out. Yeah, she is a forensics, like, student. So... not sure. Let's try save her life.
According to the post-mortem report, the victim's death was not instant.
That's correct. It's though as she would have remained conscious for a short while after sustaining the injury.
Indeed, giving her ample time to take hold of this piece of evidence that was clearly indicates the killer.
The point is, being a medical research assistant, Mimbami-san was compelled to act when she faced with the wounded victim. Instinctively, she pulled the blade out in an attempt to save Miss Brett's life.
Oh boy. Makes not a lot of sense, eh? You should not pull out a knife. Oh boy. Even your dad is like, that's not something you're supposed to do.
Did you hear that, Your Excellency? It would seem this is the best we can expect of this young yokel.
Indeed.
Is it just me? Or does it suddenly feel much colder in here?
Your Excellency, if I may. Speak, witness. I would like another opportunity to testify. In respect to the slipshod assertion just put forward by the Yokel Defense Council, I mean. Also, what is that fountain pen? Oh, that's really pretty. Ooh, that's super pretty.
Ew, shiny.
There you go.
Slipshod.
An excellent idea, Inspector. Our young yokel hopeful is a modicum of knowledge when it comes to the law, it seems. But in matters of medicine, he appears to not possess an iota of common sense.
Very well, Inspector. I will permit your request. You will testify again before the court on the subject of the Defense Counsel's assertion. Yes, sir. I will do so flawlessly. Holy shit. $1,500 for that fountain pen? Jesus. Pulling a blade from a wound without thinking could cause heavy bleeding. It's a basic knowledge that any medical research assistant with an ounce of sense ought to know. In other words, there is no good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull the knife from the victim. Let us not forget that the young student did have a motive for killing the victim. Oh my goodness. And the man murdered 9 months ago, Dr. Wilson, was the defendant's highly respected mentor.
Is what you said true, Inspector? Could pulling a knife from a wound really cause the wound to bleed heavily?
Interesting. We don't see a lot of blood. Though it could have been absorbed by the suit, but it's still not a lot of blood. Where is that knife, by the way? Interesting. Yes, think of the weapon itself as a stopper from the wound that prevents excessive blood loss. Reenactor of the... No, she's the... Rach. What are you talking about? Rach case? Or a rack case? Until doctor is ready to provide proper treatment, the stopper shouldn't be removed.
Oh, I see.
Ah, this is why yokels should stay on the farm.
Study in Scarlet? Ah. No. Because we don't have anything written down. I swear, if we have a study in Scarlet again, I'm just going to leave. I'm tired of these overdone Sherlock Holmes stories. Give me the lesser known ones.
Even a quack from some obscure mountain village would have known such basic knowledge. Anyone who's ever given a little poke with a knife and pulled it out again knows it.
Oh, well, I've never stabbed anyone, you see. Or pulled the blade out of a wound, so...
Of course you haven't. I didn't bring you up to behave like a bandit.
Father, is it true, what there's telling me?
Yes, it's basic remedial knowledge for medics. Ray would have been well aware of it. If she were to claim ignorance of such fundamentals, that would prove fatal in many ways.
But then, why would Ray have done it? Could she have pulled out that knife in full knowledge that it would be fatal for Miss Brett?
I don't know.
Ray never once mentioned anything about a knife to me. It seems almost impossible to believe, but... could my friend actually have...
Susato,
yes!
pull yourself together. We mustn't lose sight of why we're here. Counsel, it's time for your cross-examination.
Oh, yes, Your Excellency.
However, I must warn you that your cross-examination fails to identify any issue with the established facts. I will be moving to my adjudication immediately afterwards. Gotta breathe.
I understand. Believing in your clients and fighting for their cause until the bitter end. I knew it would be hard, but I had no idea it would be this hard.
Big hard. Big difficult. Time to big press.
Hold it!
You say doing it without thinking could be a problem. Does that mean if you use due care and attention, it would be alright?
I wouldn't have thought this needed spelling out, really, but... the blade is like a stopper in the wound. Remove it, and a serious hemorrhage will occur. In other words, the medic will need to be present before any attempt was made to withdraw the blade. Doing it without thinking would be madness. You just can't do it.
Oh, well, thank you for such a thorough explanation.
You see, Counsel, when you act without thinking, the result is a bloodbath.
Back to the witness testimony, please.
Hold it!
In that case, there's an obvious explanation here.
Which is?
Clearly, the defendant Ray Membami-san does not possess an ounce of... Oh, no! No! Susato doesn't possess an ounce of sense. No!
What do you think about that, Professor Mikotoba? I'm not sure that you should be labeling your best friend as in lacking in common sense.
Well, I thought it would be better than labeling her as a murderer.
I don't know, young people today. If that's friendship, I don't understand it.
Careful, Counsel. A lack of common sense can be a very dangerous thing. Why is this judge sexy?
Oh dear. That recoiled on me rather badly.
That's life, I'm afraid. A lesson everyone must learn. Hopefully you can see now that this is really basic medical knowledge. Having been involved in medical research, Membami-san would have certainly been aware of it.
Alright. But the defendant had suddenly encountered somebody she knew lying on the ground, bleeding to death. The sight could have shocked her delicate sensibilities, causing her to remove the blade inadvertently.
I really don't think inadvertent actions can explain this. The woman is a medical research assistant. I can't imagine she would behave so irrationally.
Oh, but irrational behavior is a woman's prerogative, isn't it?
Wow! Susato, you're becoming sexist.
Is this the power of the patriarchy?
Wow, this coming right from Susato's fucking mouth. You're getting a little too sexist, lady. Oh dear, you have a lot to learn about women. Only a small-minded man would have such bigoted views. This is why Hosonaga is great. This is great. I love this joke.
Oh dear, perhaps I'm letting my male persona take a hold a little too much.
Drink respect women juice. Hell yeah. Well, have I managed to convey the basics now? I should cover the medical side of the argument. Hosonaga is so cute. Honestly, I just wish he didn't have tuberculosis. His little smile is adorable. How does a man think? Sexism. He's very adorable. Just, I wish he didn't have a sickness. He really looks like he's going to die very soon.
Hold it!
It's such a weird character trait.
Whatever the motive, it just isn't in Membami-san's nature to do something so awful.
Even if he's bad at it, he's actually pretty good at it. He just doesn't give the right testimony. But she had both motive and opportunity. That's very hard to argue against. He does his job very well, because if it weren't for him taking all the evidence in the first case from the previous game, we wouldn't have been able to solve it.
But you don't know the defendant.
And you, counsel, do not appear to know the law.
He is very frail indeed. Yes, evidence is the only way to convince the court of your argument, not feelings.
With this fledgling to defend her, I would almost say I pity the accused.
So do I.
Inspector, you will reiterate your point about the defendant's motive, please. Ah, yes. Miss Brett was in many ways a sworn enemy of Membami-san. Alright, the last thing. The victim was murdered 9 months ago. Dr. Wilson was
Hold it!
Little Toto.
Well, yes, that's true. Dr. Wilson recognized Membami-san's talent and offered her the position of assistant despite her being a woman. She was extremely grateful to him.
Yes, the Englishman appears to have been a very broad-minded individual. Dr. Wilson had no time for outdated traditions. He met with opposition, of course, but he believed firmly in Membami-san's abilities. Clearly the defendant was in a man's debt, which only serves to prove my point.
This is hopeless. I can't find a single crack in this testimony anywhere. If Ray knew that withdrawing the knife from the wound would threaten Miss Brett's life further, I just can't think of any way to explain why she did it.
Don't think about if she did it. Think about why it was taken out in the first place. So, Sato, at times like these is when it's especially important to remember the fundamentals.
The fundamentals?
Evidence is what counts in the courtroom, isn't it?
Of course, but I've been through the court record dozens of times already.
I think perhaps you're forgetting something, though. You needn't take the evidence at face value. You can just examine it in greater detail, too. Let's look at that pen. I realize this is your first time playing the role of lawyer in the courtroom. So if you need reminding of the rudiments, you need only ask. I'll do my very best to help.
Examine the evidence in the court record. It's an idea, certainly. What should I do?
I know what to do. I know what to do.
Come to think of it, Kazuma-sama and Naruhodo-san are always turning evidence over and over in their hands. Yes, I need to examine things in greater detail with space.
Space! Ah. By the look in your eyes, I see it's coming back to you. The pen, damn. Do you think the pen is broken? Like there's a big, like poo-poo explosion from the pen? Or maybe the tip is bent completely? And that's what's the stabbing? Does it have blood? I can think of so many things now. Go through the court record again and have a thorough look at everything. You must just find a clue. You may just find a clue.
Yes, I'll do it straight away.
You stab someone with a fountain pen if you believe in yourself. Have you seen those fountain pens that are made of glass? They make me so scared. They make me so fucking scared, dude. To write with glass. Yeah, there's glass fountain pens. They're pretty neat. Ooh. This little stamp. They chip super easily. Yeah, you gotta be super gentle with those things.
There's some sort of emblem here, look.
Oh my god, the art! Oh, she really does look attractive. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. No wonder Ray is going hubba hubba. Her art, wow, she's so handsome.
But this isn't a Yume University one.
Must belong to some other organization, I suppose. A business of some kind. But that would simply seem to imply that this pen doesn't in fact belong to Ray. Yay! Awesome. Let's open the pen now.
If we take the pen's lid off the pen's lid,
it's normal. No blood, no nothing. But hey, that's a pretty nice that they actually allow you to do that.
And let's unscrew the... Ooh!
Is there ink left on it?
Now let's unscrew the barrel, shall we?
Oh, this is great! No ink! There's no ink. Awesome. Oh, this is awesome! They actually modeled the whole thing.
This must be the little reservoir that holds ink.
Yes, you fill it by drawing ink from a bottle up through the nip. But there's no ink.
Is something wrong, Father?
It's just that there doesn't really appear to be any ink in there, that's all. You never owned a fountain pen? My dad had one, and that was the only time I ever held one in my hands. I did not know how they worked, so I was scratching the paper with the pen. And then I was like, okay, it's my dad's, so I better not play around too much with it. It doesn't seem to have any ink. Here you go, Daddy. I didn't know how they worked back then, so...
Oh yes, you're right. It's pretty much empty. Well, it could be on the verge of running out, I suppose.
Okay. Alright. And lastly... Oh, fuck. Oh, man, finally, these have checkpoints. Good.
The RM initials are very clearly engraved here.
And the fact that Miss Brett is clinging to this pen in her dying moments is very clearly a message, too.
To identify the killer, you mean?
I don't think there can be any doubt that this is a key piece of evidence in this case. Okay. I think that's everything from the pen that we can get. Yep, that's everything. Awesome. Yeah, we get to see this now. Awesome. Okay.
A raucous England returnees tell all. This is the interview with you and Saseki-san, is it, Father? It looks as though it's quite an exchange.
Yes, he became a little over-animated when he was talking about his time in England. The photographer managed to capture the moment this hand karate chopped me on the neck. Oh my god! Did he just went...
I do hope you weren't hurt.
What's more?
There's the newspaper from Saseki-san. It seems to be an important article at the back page as well. Exclusive! Deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory. From Yume's Medical Research... Father, isn't that your lab?
What the... Let me see that. The poison has been stolen.
This is morning paper that Saseki-san gave us.
Oh boy.
Are you saying you didn't know?
As embarrassing that is for the head of laboratory, I didn't. I've not heard any such thing. Where on earth would the reporter have gleaned this information?
Come to think of it, there was no article mentioning this story in our paper this morning, was there?
It's a highly toxic poison we've been working on the strictest confidence. I put Ray in charge of the product. Oh boy.
Ray? She was managing it.
If that's what's written in here is true, it means she tried to hide the theft from me. And moreover, the details were leaked somehow.
I don't believe it.
We need to read this article very carefully. Alright. Well, shit. I'm wondering if there's anything else that we can glean from this. I don't think so. Well, dang. Poison article. Exclusive following the lecture Yume by Soseki Natsume on the... following the lecture. On the 11th of August, it's come to light that a very disturbing incident took place. A deadly poison being secretly developed at the university's forensic science laboratory was stolen. The smallest amount entering the body via the mouth or via a wound from a poison-laced blade would prove fatal in minutes. Okay. Current methods cannot detect the newly developed chemical. The university would have to be consulted. Onset of symptoms occurs in minutes, starting with impaired breathing and ending with acute contract. There it is. There it is again. She was poisoned. Contraction of the pupils prior to death. Such symptoms would be suggestive of this toxin. It's apparently an entirely new synthesis of alkaloids and rumored to have been commissioned by the military. Well, there we go. Poisoned. Again, poison instead of a physical weapon. Instead of a weapon, I should say, was poison. You can technically say poison is a weapon, though, right? I mean like a blade or a gun. Interesting.
How the turn has tables.
So I think Miss Brett stole it. It would only make sense if she stole it. Let's see. Well, there's nothing else to examine here, I guess. For now. And that's it. So we got newspaper containing the article discussion between Daddy and Soseki. And then we have a fountain pen bearing the initials RM, an emblem of some description, and a small amount of liquid is still inside the ink reservoir. An article of poison that was stolen from the laboratory. Alright. Pulling a blade from the wound without thinking would cause heavy bleeding. That's basic knowledge. In other words, there's no... Oh... No, that might not be it. I'm jumping into conclusions. There's no good reason why the defendant could have tried to pull the knife from the victim. The youngster didn't have a motive in killing the victim. The man murdered 9 months ago. Dr. Willis... So... I was thinking maybe she took the blade off to try to suck out the poison? Slurp, slurp. That's why I was looking at this. But let me save, because I am not sure at all. Also love the change. We got blue. We got blue. We got blue. Amazing. Oh. Let me turn off my cell phone. There we go. Alright. Okay. Should we use the poison on this? Already? Seems a little early, right? This one's a little tricky. Not sure what to do here. Cause heavy bleeding. Basic knowledge on medical research assistant with an ounce of sense ought to know, In other words, there's no good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull the knife from the victim. Let's not forget the young student didn't have a motive in killing the victim. No, this is the first case. This is tutorial case. Yeah, the tutorial was examination, check the court record, examine it. But I think I already examined everything. There's nothing to do here, per se. Poison-laced blade. Should I already bring up the poison? And that's the only thing I can freaking mention here. That makes sense. Oh well, I already saved. Might as well. Whee!
Objection!
I guess I had to mention the poison already.
No, there is one possibility. One very good reason why the defendant might have decided to withdraw the knife from the victim's wound.
Gotta suck out that poison. The poison to kill him. The poison. Cusco's poison.
The yokel not only has poor grasp over the law, but also a poor loser. Tell us then, what possibility do you think you've identified?
It's here, in this newspaper article. An article about a deadly poison having been stolen from the laboratory at Imperial Yume University. Don't interrupt me.
The victim perished from a stab wound. Poison has no relevance in this case.
But it does, just like the previous one with you.
But...
Prosecutor Ouchie, you won't let the defense speak.
But a newspaper article. The court can't rely on this kind of hearsay from those wretched publications, Gary.
Counsel for the defense, I am going to need some tangible basis for your claim. You will indicate the court precisely what part of the newspaper article mentioned affirms your assertion.
Your Excellency.
Yes, of course. Thank you. Ray would never have done something to further endanger Miss Breast's life without a just cause. The reason why the defendant pulled the knife from the victim's body is explained in the article where it says,
deadly in tiny quantities. Let's see. I can't even... Wait. Let me look at the court record again. Wait. Disturbing, deadly poison, secret, Yeah, it's deadly and quite... yep. Lace blade. Alright.
The article reveals the following property about the poison in question. When the toxin enters the body on a knife laced with the poison, it's rapidly absorbed and it causes death in minutes.
Are you suggesting?
If the knife used to attack Miss Brett was laced with this very poison, it would explain why the defendant, Membani-san, would have withdrawn the blade as soon as possible. Yes, the truth is, it was an attempt to stop the poison from entering the victim's body.
Oh, this music.
This is complete and utter nonsense.
Not at all. The defendant withdrew the knife blade from the victim's body not to accelerate the woman's demise, but to save her life, and the prosecution cannot deny the possibility.
Have you not read the post-mortem report? The cause of death was hemorrhage. The word poison appears nowhere in the document.
Well, that's because acting quickly to remove the blade, the defendant prevented the poison from taking hold.
Actually, no, there is poison.
Oh, please, this is clearly desperation. The weasel's blessed breaking of wind. Poison has nothing whatsoever to do with the case, as I believe the defense was well aware.
Sorry.
We have no proof that the information on this Reddit newspaper article is all reliable anyway.
Last weasel fart. Ouchie, why? Because he's ouchie. In that situation, that the student should have done is wait for medical assistance to arrive. But instead you claim she suspected poisoning and took potentially lethal decision to remove the blade. She must have had a strong reason for her suspicions then, or the argument makes no sense.
Exactly. Well put, Inspector. On what grounds did she do it, yokel?
Why did Ray suspect poison was involved? If you want grounds, I'll give you grounds.
What? You can't possibly...
Oh yeah, her eyes were freaking... From your expression, counsel, it would appear those are not empty words. But naturally, as you stand in this courtroom as a lawyer, you must be aware that words alone, empty or not, are of no value in our modern justice system. The court demands evidence.
Yes, Your Excellency. I'm well aware of that. I've seen it many times, from my place at his side in the Old Bailey.
In that case, counsel, you will present the proof to the court now. What evidence demonstrates the clear link between this case and the poison in the newspaper article? They're saying newspaper article, so I should use this, right? Let me save just in case. Nah, not the pen. It's that her eyes were shrunk down, like her pupils were really tiny. Right there, pupil constriction. So, percent.
Take that!
I would ask the court to refer to the notes section of the post-mortem report, which reads, extreme meiosis, pupil constriction, was observed in the victim. Ah.
They were very long. Yes, indeed. Also, I would still, like, I would still use the investigations anyway, as part of her judicial training. Anyway.
Clearly, being a yokel with no knowledge of forensic science, I have no idea, so please do tell me. Presumably, the fact that this condition of the victim was noted in the post-mortem report means that it's an unusual symptom of death.
Well,
Under normal circumstances, the pupils dilate when someone dies.
Oh, okay.
I did not know that. That's kind of disturbing, actually. I guess that means that the pupil relaxes? Is that what it means? That's really fucking weird. Isn't that disturbing if you see someone's dead body and their pupils are like huge like a cat's? If there's extreme constriction instead, that's most certainly unusual, yes. Okay.
what are you doing? You yokel detective!
In the newspaper article, there's the following information about the stolen poison. Onset of symptoms occurs in minutes, ending with acute constriction of the pupils prior to death.
What?
If the defendant, upon seeing the victim stabbed in the back, happened to notice that the pupils of Miss Brett's eyes have constricted severely,
Yes. As a medical research assistant, she would have suspected poison immediately, without doubt.
Prosecutor Auchi, I think you'll agree this is very compelling evidence.
You yokel student and yokel professor!
I wonder what will happen to his hair. Do you think his little tiny baby hair is gonna be chopped off? It's just gonna fall right off? Also, I'm gonna BRB. So look at this beautiful fountain pen. Well, I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. When a person dies, their eyelids are not completely closed, which in my experience is the majority of the time. Apart from the eye that is exposed to air dries out, this produces a line of dark gray to dark brown and is called tache noire, which can occur in just a few hours. I also wanted to get a snack because I'm kind of hungry. Actually, let me notate that I'm getting a snack here. Nice. Perfect. I believe the defense has expertly demonstrated the credible reason for the defendant's actions. I can't read.
No.
Yujin Mikotoba. Yes, Your Excellency. I believe you are best placed here to confirm or deny the veracity of the defense counsel's argument. You will tell the court the truth about the details reported on this newspaper, please. It pains me to have to admit it, but I'm afraid I don't know. You don't know? A toxin was kept under lock and key in my laboratory, certainly, but I was unaware of any theft. Do you mean to tell the court that the reports of this theft are unfounded? Fuck. No? Your Excellency, without returning to the laboratory to investigate myself, I couldn't say.
Listen to the bumbling academic. Unaware of the theft of secret state research from his own workplace until he reads it in the newspaper.
I take full responsibility for the incompetence of my supervision.
Father. A pitiful situation for a university professor. You should have more control over your students, rather than allowing them to off on killing sprees.
Wow. Ouchie, you disgust me. That's totally unfounded. Is it Hosonaga? Or Ray? Oh, it's Ray.
None of this is Professor Mikotoba's fault. It's all my fault. Ray.
And Barney-san, you stand accused here. Outbursts like that will not be tolerated. Well, she has to confess what happened.
But it was me. I was the one who noticed that the poison we were developing had been stolen that day.
What?
So you knew. It had been placed I've been placed in charge of overseeing the project. It was the day the Professor Saseki-san was interviewed together in the newspaper. That's when I noticed that some of the poison was missing. Just a tiny amount it was.
Why didn't you let me know immediately?
I was scared. The whole project was supposed to be confidential, but some of the toxin had somehow been taken, so I decided to try and get it back before anyone else found out. Because I had a very good idea who the thief was. The thief? You don't mean? Yes, of course. It was that dainty Englishwoman.
Oh my god.
Wow.
Gotta fight the women's. Mr. Sale Brett.
That's why I decided to join the little group of people going to the seaside. Inside the beach hut, I confronted Miss Brett. But She just sat on the stool and on the back of the hut smiling sweetly at me, as if she knew she was untouchable. I knew it was you who stole the poison. Well now, whatever do you mean? And then she suddenly got to her feet before falling to her knees in front of me and then collapsing on the floor.
Okay, she was standing against the hut, meaning someone could have stabbed her behind the hut. That bitch. Died a bitch. Always been a bitch, will forever be that bitch. Oh man. Incredible.
That's when I saw the knife in her back. I couldn't understand what just happened. And then, a moment later, I was seized with fear. The pupils of her eyes they shrunk into tiny pinpoints.
I don't believe it. In other words, you realize that the victim was suffering the effects of the stolen poison.
My mind started racing. I hadn't seen anything past Miss Brett's lips whilst I'd been with her, which left only one possible way for the poison to have entered her body.
Pinpoint pupils, yeah, they would look very creepy.
On the end, on the blade of the knife in her back.
Why couldn't I say that?
And a train of thought was spurred to you to withdraw the blade.
Yes. If the amount that entered her bloodstream was small enough, she might still have a chance. That's what I hoped. Really, I'm so sorry for staying silent all this time.
How do you change the font in the Twitch like that? Oh. Yeah, you can just use a Unicode.
Your attempt to hide the truth from what happened is not something that can be overlooked. However, I have duly noted the courage in which you confessed in the end.
Thank you, Your Excellency. It's barely perceptible, but I do think the balance has shifted a little here, in this courtroom now.
Objection! Your Excellency, do not be deceived. The victim just collapsed before your eyes, you say? Well, Membami-san, if that's the case, perhaps you could explain how Miss Brett came to be stabbed.
Well,
You have no answer because the simple truth is that you stabbed the victim motivated by revenge.
Objection!
Omelette du fromage.
but you have no conclusive evidence to prove that assertion, do you?
Hello there. Also, guys, I added some bots. I don't know what they do. You figure it out. I added some bots. I took out slops. Slops no longer exist. Sorry. I did not put commands. No socials. Save! God damn it. Posture check. Fuck! No Uber? Why would there be an Uber? Listen, I put some bots. I didn't put all the bots. No! I can't curse! You son of a bitches! I already cursed. Already, I've cursed. And I already hydrated. Everything's good now. I am a huge disappointment, I know. I am a huge disappointment indeed. In real life voice ban, I will not talk. So you don't want to do that. The chat has too much power. Don't do that for this game. I added box. Fuck around and find out at your own peril. Yeah. Give me a moment to eat this. No woos. Let me know which bots you guys want. You can send me a whisper or something. I'll add it. Yeah, I added a whole bunch of redeem shit because I know a bunch of you have a shit ton of points. Sing mode? Why would you do the sing mode? Why would you do that? Look at me. I could never pass for a good Twitch bot or a perfect streamer. Just pretend you're in Centaur World. Yeah, Slops is gone. No, Nolan Manuel, I swear to Christmas. I swear to God. Also, sorry, I'm eating right now. Give me a second. Why? Nah. I can't even sing that bad. That's how bad that was. Why should I? Yes, instruments is more expensive. I should make it less expensive, but hey. I also need to set, like, restraints on how many times. Emo only chat! Emo only chat! Also, I don't know how to enforce that. Yeah, it's broken. I still haven't fixed it. Yeah, I didn't set a duration, so I forgot. Oops. Let me fix that right now. I forgot to do that. I forgot to do that. I forgot. Channels, stream, channel points. There we go. Manage challenges and rewards. Emo only chat. Edit. There we go up here. Let me add. One minute. Actually, let me put a better limit to this. Here we go. There we are. As Image Bojo, you can turn on emo only mode. Fuck! Get fucked, everybody. Only for 2 minutes. Let me, oh my goodness. Oh no. Play an instrument. Yeah, instrument is actually a lot more expensive. Yeah, you're right. Let me turn off in real life voice man. And emote only chat is there. Save is there. Posture check is there. Oh my goodness. There you go. That's enough for you. There we are. Awesome. I think I saved everything. Oh, fucking... leave me alone. Leave me alone! The best thing is that you don't see me, so you don't know if I'm doing the posture. Alright, we're done here. We're done here, we can continue.
Oh, I have evidence. And it's very much conclusive.
Oh, well, fuck me, man. Also, wow, what happened here? New point reward. Activate webcam for 1 minute. That'd be awful. Also, I would have to get a better webcam because the one that I have sucks. $1 million points for webcam. That'd be awful. Also, I'm still wearing my freaking, my exercise gear. So that would be very embarrassing.
That would be so embarrassing.
I'm just wearing my fucking sports bra and leggings, that's it. Because it's comfy and it's hot. Don't need to get a webcam. No one says you have to show yourself, but what's the point then? But no cursing, come on. I gotta curse. Why did I put that in there? Bye-bye points, nice having you. At least you get to spend the points now. On something.
What's the prosecution counsel up to? It was brief, but he hesitated for a moment there. I'm almost sure of it.
You will produce the aforementioned evidence at once, Prosecutor Archie. No curse. Okay, fine. Fine.
Perhaps some praise is due, young Yoko student.
But if the game curses, that's not my fault.
What? I had imagined that there would be no need for me to submit this evidence. I have brought you this upon yourself.
Oh, well, that's actually more helpful than you think. Haha. It looks like you fell into our trap because that clearly shows an opening into the hut that she could have been stabbed by.
What the?
Could a more damning shot exist?
Wait. Who's talking?
The cruelty in the air of this beach is almost palpable. This evidence is more than any other reveals the true extent of the accuser's murderous nature. For it is the precise moment that Mbami-san plunged the dagger on the victim's back.
Yeah.
No, that's not true, no! I don't believe it.
Also, who took that photo, eh? Who took that photo? Where is that dude with the camera back there? Oh look, I found a curse in the text, except she's put it in.
Order! Order! Counsel for the defense, was it you who was responsible for that shrill scream that just pierced my courtroom?
Perhaps his voice is yet to break. These yokels are slow of mind and slow to mature.
Oh my god.
I'll show you who's slow to mature.
Careful now, Susato is starting to show her face here.
Why is the judge so handsome?
It is often said that a picture is worth 1,000 words. And here we have ample proof. The court will accept this extremely cogent photographic print as evidence.
Alright.
I can't believe that he's had photograph like that up his sleeve this entire time. It's such a stock image, I'm genuinely lost for words. Wait a minute, I don't understand. How did you... I mean, who took that photograph?
Thank goodness. Forcibly to the mind, reason convincing. Okay.
Ray.
Objection!
That is of no importance here. Stop trying to divert attention.
Oh,
Objection!
objection!
So cute. Love Susato.
Well, that's an absurd thing to say. It's crucially important. Whoever took this photographic print was a witness to Miss Brett's death. The court must be allowed to hear this person's testimony.
I will uphold the defense's demand. The prosecution will reveal the identity of the person responsible for taking this photograph at once.
Yes. Put that dude with the camera.
Well, I'm afraid I can't do that.
Pardon?
You see, this print has arrived in the Imperial Police Bureau headquarters by express post yesterday. But there was nothing to indicate the sender's name or address. The provenance of the print is unknown.
Goodness.
Are we to understand then, Counsel, that in full knowledge of the fact that this photograph has the murkiest of origins, you nevertheless believe it's fit for submission as evidence in Supreme Court?
When you first produced that print before, I noticed that you hesitated for a brief moment. Because you knew it wasn't completely reliable evidence, didn't you?
Silence, you yokel student and blabbering professor! What matters is the blatant truth that this print so eloquently expresses.
But the defendant has already admitted to pulling the blade from the wound. Clearly, this isn't the moment that the knife was plunged into the victim's back butt.
The moment this was withdrawn. Don't waste this court's time with your ramblings.
Oh fuck, don't say uptime. Actually, it does have uptime, but you misspelled it. There we go. 3 hours and 45 minutes? Shut the fuck up. Oh my goodness.
Indeed, without knowledge of who produced this print, we have no means of verifying the claim. And the scene it captures is without a doubt the most compelling evidence presented to the court. If the defense is unable to shed any further light on the matter, I believe the conclusion is clear.
Oh no!
Susato, this is the time for you to fight. If what you established so far is true, then there can be no doubt. This photograph shows the moment that Ray withdrew the blade from the victim.
Oh Jesus Christmas, go to sleep. Go to sleep.
Yes, we just need to prove that somehow.
You have plenty of time to rue your defeat on the slow train back to your provinces. And rue the day you came up against Taketsuchi Aochi in a court of law.
If I can't determine who took this photograph, then the trial is going to come to an end. There must be a clue somewhere.
It must be some way. Does it have the stamp? Does it have the stamp?
There must be some way of working out who took it.
Will the magnifying glass finally be useful?
Well, Counsel,
Your Excellency,
give me a moment to look at the court record. I would have thought that there would be like, oh! Oh, wait. Why is this broken glass? Interesting. The camera is broken. Has a broken lens. Well, well, well. We got a broken lens here. Well, well, well. It's actually even more prominent on the smaller version.
the burning question is who took that photograph, and the truth is...
Wow.
We don't have a photo of that person. Interesting. It was Toyota. Okay, let's save. Because I have no idea what to choose here. It was the blue patcher. God. Fine. Fine, Tim. Jesus.
This isn't about whether or not I can come up with the answer now. I simply have to. The identity of the person who took this dramatic photographic print is, I assure you, something the defense can and will reveal.
Wow, she's bluffing. She's bluffing. Leave me alone. I'm straighter than a plank of goddamn wood. Hydrate. God, fine. Again, I just drank. Fine. I will only drink once per hydrate. Oh my god. Could it be that Susato is the real Phoenix Wright ancestor? But yeah, she's bluffing real hard right now.
What? No, you can't possibly. But as you boldly claim that you can, please do enlighten us.
Unfortunately, I am unable to present a name.
How utterly underwhelming. I couldn't read the rest of that because I was burpy because of the drinking I had to do.
Glug, glug, glug.
Did you really believe you could?
However, I'm able to present evidence. The defense has a piece of evidence that reveals important details about the photographer's identity.
What?
Yeah, she's already good at doing that. She's already good at doing that. She was not hesitant at all.
Very well then, counsel, present your proof to the court. What piece of evidence you claim reveals something about the identity of the mystery photographer?
You can just review the scene. Interesting. Well, we have the crack in there. I mean, do I have to freaking point out the photo again? That's a little weird. Isn't it? Interesting. So should we point out the pen, maybe? That's a little weird. I feel like I have to point out the photo again, but... I don't think we have to point out the fountain pen just yet, do you think? So let me point out the photo. That seems to be the most...
Take that!
The piece of evidence in question is this. Oh no, that was the wrong thing. Her eyes!
I'm afraid, Counsel, that when presenting evidence you must learn to temper those wide, nervous eyes.
God damn it. Nah, do not backseat. I can figure it out. I'm gonna point out the pen.
I'm obliged to penalize you for the lack of focus on both your eyes and your answer.
Will you care to squeeze your head in your hands again, Counsel? To punish yourself for presenting such utterly irrelevant evidence.
Wrinkle that print, baby. Ah, fine. I'll squeeze my head as many times as it takes to win this trial. Your Excellency, may I?
You may present another piece of evidence, but no more squeezing, Counsel.
Well, I guess... Let me look at this photo. Again. Wow, wow, wow. Looks a little similar to the pen, doesn't it? A little bit. But that's all we got. Brain? My brain? You're asking far too much of me. Oh, fucking shit. You son of a bitch. I was like, maybe another photo. You were waiting. That's pretty good. That's actually really good. I was actually... Oh, no cursing! No! I get... I hate you. Is that a curse? Alright, alright. That was actually really well hidden.
Take that!
What is that? The newspaper again. Raucous England returnees tell all.
That's not all the headline is relevant here, Your Excellency. It's the photograph.
I can't believe I never noticed that. Until now.
If you look at it closely, you'll notice that there is some white lines on the right-hand side.
Ah, yes indeed. I've already caught my eyes as it happens.
Huh, and what of it? Just a shadow of some kind, presumably? From the branches of a tree or the like?
There are no trees growing inside my laboratory at the university, I assure you.
Now, if you look closely at this photograph...
Good gracious!
Yes, exactly the same pattern of lines is present on the photograph too.
Oh my goodness.
Well, that tells us nothing. Yes, it's just a shadow of some kind, definitely. From the branches of a tree.
There wouldn't be any trees growing inside of a hut in the beach, Council.
You scoundrels. That's quite remarkable about it. The two patterns are absolutely identical. How could such extraordinary similarity have transpired? Oh boy, what have I done? I should have never pointed it out.
The curious matching pattern appears on both photos. It's a result of
a camera defect?
Obviously, it must be due to a problem with the camera that used to take the photographs.
With the photographic device?
Yes. We can confidently say that the camera's lens must be scratched. And that the scratched lens causes unwanted lines to appear in every print taken with the device.
In short, the two photographs under consideration here were taken with the same camera.
There must be hundreds of the same camera devices here in the capital. It would be utterly impossible to identify the owner of this particular one.
Objection!
But it's not anonymous in the frickin' news article, is it? Oh no, I said frickin'.
I think you're forgetting, Prosecutor Auchi, that one of the photographs featured in the newspaper article.
A newspaper?
That's right. The author of that article is the mystery witness to this crime.
Where?
A Gungaga. Mayo? Are you okay? What in the world did he say? Many memo. That man is never okay. What is this?
Swear words are illegal now. If you say one, you'll be fined.
Heck.
You're on thin fucking ice. Oh no. Oh no.
You cursed. Now you go to jail. You swear. I read it as it was. I'm allowed to read. This is fine if I read it. It wasn't me. Excuses? I can do this. The only one I can't do this is with words that I disagree with, like the N-word or something like that. That's the only thing I would not read aloud. Punish. How are you gonna punish me, eh? What are you gonna do, eh? Fuck. Punishment administered. Unbelievable.
Reported on Switch for swearing.
Unbelievable. I finally get banned from Switch. Not from showing porn. Dicks. Fucking just actual hentais and yaois. I get banned because I swore.
I'm gonna tell my mom. I'm gonna get my lawyer.
Well, if you're going out anyway, might as well. Exactly. I see why you were called Raucous English Returnee.
What are you yelling about? You've already testified.
It's Manny Memo! I tell you, Manny Memo! Me, Mo! Oh my goodness, Soseki.
Soseki-san, what was that? Did you say many memo?
Ever since I returned to Japan, a reporter from the Shuyu News has been hounding me, following me my every move. A reporter by the name of Written Many Memos. These names. These freaking names. Written many memos.
A dirty mouth.
I will try, but don't expect anything big from me.
Yes, hounding me from dusk to dawn till dusk.
Ah, so now that he mentions it.
I like the dude's sideburns.
Could that same reporter be?
A camera to the left of him, a notebook to the right. There I am, stuck in the middle with Written Many Memo. So you're saying that the picture was taken by Manny Memo? Yes, my lord, your excellent esquire.
What's the term called? Ratchet and Clank games use that a lot in the titles. What term?
Officer, find this newspaper reporter at once and bring him to my courtroom.
That's a little vague, because there's like a shit ton.
Oh, God. Because there's a bunch of those games.
My potty mouth is terrible. I have no control.
You said the biggest, baddest word in the whole world. You're going to super jail.
Yeah, I curse a lot. Anyway,
We will adjourn for a short recess in the meantime.
Oh, yes, Your Excellency.
As you say, Your Excellency.
And one more thing. I want this knife, the murder weapon, examined for traces of poison. You will solicit the assistance of the Imperial University's medical department for the task. Understood.
Meh. Many memo!
goodness. Oh wow. Okay. Alrighty then.
Meh.
Yes. Oh, that's a nice new jingle. That was part 1. I wonder how many parts. 13th August. It's been almost 2 hours.
I'm so sorry, Susato. I should have told you about the toxin. Ray.
You have a strong sense of responsibility, I know. That's why you decided to shoulder the burden alone.
No, that's not it at all. I was just scared of my failure coming to light, that's all. So I hoped to retrieve the substance from the Englishwoman before anyone found out. Before the trial started, Do you remember what you said, Susato? That you had no doubt in your mind of my innocence. That you'd stand by me to the last.
My goodness, she's really gay for Susato. She is cute though, Susato. I would think about it.
I remember. And yet I didn't deserve your trust in me. I had important details from you, Susato. You betrayed your faith in me. Hit me, Susato, I deserve it. No, in fact, throw me onto the floor, pin me with your beautiful arms and,
Wow.
No, that's good, too good for me as well. Drag me through the city streets.
Wow. Wow.
I'm no better, you know. Oh. Even though in my heart I knew that you pulled the knife blade from Miss Brett's back. There was just a brief moment when I doubted you. Susato. I'm sorry. After I stood there and promised you that I'd stand by you and always be by your side. On your side. I betrayed your faith in me too. And as such, I failed you as a lawyer. Oh no.
She's so cute. I think this situation has taught you both a valuable lesson.
I've been a bad girl, Susato.
Placing your unbridled faith in another is no easy task.
Yes, Father. That fact has certainly struck home. Which is why I can see more clearly now. So, Ray. Yes? Can you find it in your heart to forgive me?
Aww.
Oh, Susato. You know you'll always be gallant, dashing lawyer in my eyes now.
Aww.
Hooray.
Ha! Gay!
I was so scared, you know. When it happened, I didn't know what was going on. The Englishwoman was sitting in the back of the hut, listening to what I was saying. And a moment later, she suddenly got to her feet. Before collapsing on the floor in front of me with the knife on her back. It all happened right before my eyes. And you were the only people in the hut at the time. That's right. Just Miss Brett and myself. There was no one else. So I just don't understand how she could possibly have been stabbed like that.
Great mystery indeed.
I still can't believe it happened. That's why I couldn't just bring myself to speak up. It will be alright. However it happened, and whatever really went on by the sea that day.
Yurie.
I promise you that I'm going to prove everything you said you saw is true.
Spoken like a true Mikotoba. Now I think we should discuss what's coming up in the trial, don't you? We don't have much time. We must make sure that we have our facts in order.
Yes, I expect the poison is going to come in under close scrutiny from the upcoming proceedings. The police should hopefully have identified it on the blade by now. The trouble is, it's a completely new laboratory synthesized blend of alkaloids. The police won't have any way of testing for it. Oh, I see.
Yes, without this chemical reagent, it's impossible to detect the toxin.
Chemical reagent?
I sent a colony of mine with some of the earlier to deliver to police headquarters. I think perhaps you should have some as well, though, just in case. Special indicator solution for the new poison under development after the father's team has been created in strict secrecy and exists only in my father's laboratory. It's rumored to be for government. What's the matter, Susato? You're suddenly very quiet.
It's this newspaper article. Exclusive deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory. I'm wondering how the information got out, given that it was a government secret. It was all the English woman's doing. What? It was when the professor and Saseki-san were being interviewed at the laboratory. A so-called English lady swanned in.
Haha, swanned.
And without any compunction and said to Professor Mikotoba, "Oh, Professor, surely your guest would love to hear about your work on that substance there."
It put me in a very awkward position, to be frank. But Soseki-san's curiosity has been piqued. So I had little choice but to give him a cursory introduction.
So then Soseki-san knew about the poison?
Yes, and it was highly likely that the reporter who was writing up the story about us would have caught a glimpse of the toxin too.
This many memo-san. By the way, did the reporter join you all when you went to the beach? Oh, no, I don't remember the reporter being there.
Indeed, he shouldn't have been. I doubt anyone would have wanted him there.
Oh.
A known criminal had been given permission by the authorities to bathe by the seaside. Soseki-san pointed out that inviting a reporter might be problematic, so the man was sent back to his office.
Paparazzi. The paparazzi. Yet he obviously didn't turn back. He secretly followed the party to the beach and took this very candid photograph. And then presumably he posted it anonymously to the police.
Yes, that must be what happened. Counsel, you just heard that the new witness is now ready to testify. The trial is about to resume. Please proceed to the courtroom at once. It's time to steel ourselves once again, then. Defense Attorney Ryutaro Naruhodo.
Yes. Ray has put her faith in me now and told me everything, so I can't let her down. I have to prove what she's telling the court is true. I have to prove what really happened that day.
So, something just occurred to me. People don't get buried in cliffs, do they? Those are memoriams, usually. Like, it's usually just like a statue commemorating somebody. Or a tome, in this case. So, I don't think his body is there. Kazuma's body.
Which can only mean one thing. He's alive.
Anyway. I will continue to deny this.
He's got people. The game is not nice to childhood friends.
You're right. They're really not. They're never nice to childhood friends. You're absolutely right. The only, like, childhood friend, quote-unquote, was a brother, and that was Nayuta, and that doesn't count because he's an asshole anyway.
I hereby call this court to order. We reconvene to continue the trial of Rei Membami. Prosecutor Aochi, you have been summoned with a new witness.
Before I address that question, Your Excellency, I have some very important news to share.
Oh.
What news? And why does he look so happy about it?
During the recess with the collaboration Professor Mikotoba's laboratory at Yume University, the police re-examined the knife that was used to end Mr. Zelbrett's life.
Excellent. I admired your rapid handling of the matter.
Oh, too kind, Your Excellency, too kind. I was merely carrying out your instructions, of course.
I had the Regent delivered to the police headquarters by rickshaw, so it would be there in good time.
And judging by
the man's swagger, I fear we may need to brace ourselves for the inevitable.
And Council, what were the results?
This dagger, which was so cruelly used to end the life of the victim, has no trace of poison anywhere along its blade.
What? Are you sure about that?
I would stake the reputation of the police on it.
Armed with the Regent, the test is extremely simple. They couldn't have made a mistake. Okay, no poison. Meaning she definitely took the poison maybe from a drink? There was a drink next to her. So, maybe she ingested the poison. Injected.
And what the accused's feeble excuse earlier had been utterly destroyed. Now the prosecution is ready to call a new witness.
Ah, the newspaper reporter who managed to capture a photograph of the crucial moment. Good. Very well, officer. Bring in the witness.
No trace of poison in the knife. What if that's really the case? How could the toxin have entered the victim's body?
There he is. As you can see, he has the pen ink. Oh yeah, I just realized his name is Raito. And what was it? Many Memo? So, yeah, RM, that's his pen.
Witness, please state your name and occupation for the court.
Right in Many Memo of Show You News. I'm what people like to call you, a journo.
What's a journo, Father? Do you know?
It's simply a contraction of journalist. I'm here for the news breaks, putting pen to paper to catch those scoops, so they're in print next morning. They call me the hero of the Herald for nothing. The nice guy of... Oh god, the nice guy of news. Ah, okay. Oh, that wasn't the ink, that was a pencil. Don't worry.
Oh, so, it was you who took this photograph, was it?
Well, well. What we have here?
I'm sorry?
Ooh, brace yourselves, people. Many Memo senses a scoop in the offing. Female student after foul play defended by curiously handsome young lawyer. Wow. He's like, for some reason I'm attracted to this male lawyer. He's too pretty. In Supreme Court. The readers will lap this up. We'll have to move it on fold on 72.5 leg format for the morning edition.
Huh?
Right then. Let's start with your name.
Oh, it's Ryutaro Naruhodo.
Next, what made you want to become a lawyer?
Well, I wanted to reform our country's legal system, I suppose.
Why is he licking his pencil? It was something. It's just go with it.
It tastes good.
Oh, he loves the taste.
And I want more. The lead. It's delicious carbon core.
That carbon core. Nutritious, delicious.
Let me turn on the light, it's getting dark. There we go. I always turn on the light around 8 p.m.
Well, I wanted to reform,
Your daughter has suddenly become very ambitious, I see. Mikotomo's like, oh, is that what you want to do?
I just borrowed Kasuma-sama's dream for a while.
Oh, by the way, my name is Kaketsui Aochi, Taketsuchi Aochi. The so-called Dark Horse of the Supreme Court. My objections strike fear into every defense lawyer's heart.
He's not interested in you, Ouchie. Also, as you can see, he has the logo of that pen. No, the readers won't buy that.
What?
There was a stationery blogger who used to review inks by taste, but stopped after people telling her it could contain bad shit. Oh my god. Pens by taste. I want to eat some of that poison. For funds. Yes? What this court demands to know is whether or not you are responsible for the taking of this picture. Oh my god. It was delivered anonymously by the Imperial Police Bureau only yesterday. Yeah, I wouldn't be a journal if I didn't click quick when presented with a scoop like that, now would I? Sometimes stories call out to me, sometimes I have to chase them down. But either way, you've got to be fast. Fast legs to run with, and fast hand to write with. It's no good if you don't note it down, I always say. That's what I call many memoism. Many memoism.
Many memoism, that's a little difficult to say.
Ah yes, I remember your face. We met that day when you were interviewing myself and Soseki-san. Yes, his name is Raito Many Memo. Writes many memos. God. Speed! It's all about speed. I am speed. Ah yes, that's me. Many Memo again. But you were supposed to be going back to the Shoyu News offices after our meeting. But the scoop is, I didn't. Because that English woman's words have piqued my journalistic interest.
Miss Brett's words?
A criminal, left to do as she pleases just because she happens to be a British citizen? It's horse dung!
Oh wow. Can't say the other word.
Can't say. You know he wanted to say horse shit. His mouth is lined with dark blue. Oh my god, you're right! Horospoop. This country's judiciary is rotten to the core. The Supreme Court rulings aren't worth the paper they're written on. The police is just imperial pawns.
Stay your tongue, young man. These are complex political issues at play.
Well, anyway, quickly jotted down those words she said in my memo pad. Are you ready? I'll read it out. It's all here, right? Here goes. I should like to go with seeing everyone see your country's coast. A serious criminal going on some junket! People need to know about this. That's why I decided to sneak after them. But his tongue is red. To get that woman's story so I could hammer her in the press. You mean to say that you did indeed witness it firsthand? The grim scene portrayed in this photograph. Jesus Christ. Sorry, I got really distracted by that. Something about suspenders, they do things to you. Anyway. Oh yes, I saw it with my very own journo eyes. From the start to finish, through the viewfinder of my trusty camera. Jesus Christ. What are you doing? Thank you, many memo-san. You will now give formal testimony before the court. You will state exactly what it is that you witnessed of the events surrounding Miss Brett's death. Wowie zowie. On the bowie. The camera never lies. The beach hut was made of shoddy and reed screens, so there was plenty of gaps I could see inside through. The English woman was sitting on a stool when the student girl came in and started arguing with her. Can't stand up to Suspender Supreme yet. You're right. You're absolutely right. Blow those titties, girl. Blow them up. There they are. Jesus Christmas. The English woman was sitting on the stool when the student girl came in and started arguing with her. Seconds later, the girl pulled out a knife, throwing the English woman to the floor as she stabbed her in the back. My smoldering Jono's spirit burst into flames. Quick as a flash, I whipped out my camera, ready to click. I pulled apart rough weave of the screens and poked my lens through for the perfect shot. Okay.
Read screens, you say?
Right, you can see them clearly through this great shot I snapped. The hut walls are just screens made of coarsely woven reeds. Yes, it allows the breeze to pass through and bring some relief from the summer heat. And it was a breeze for me to poke my camera through the hole. See the whole thing hotting up.
Ignoring for the time being the appalling invasion of privacy involved. Did you witness anything that happened from the moment the defendant entered the hut?
Oh yes, I saw it. I saw the whole thing from start to finish.
And you say you took the photograph through a gap in one of the screens.
Luckily for me, they were pretty shoddily woven. I pulled the reeds apart and thrust the lens of my camera through the gap. Like you can thrust a blade. Would I get away with it? Or would I be seen? It was a gamble of a lifetime.
A tenacity of purpose that's considered admirable in a journalist, I suppose.
More like a paparazzi. Run a risk one day, run a scoop the next. That's the many-memoism in a nutshell.
Thrust. Push. Penetrate.
At last, it would appear we have a genuine witness to this wicked crime.
At what price? Any price, baby, is worth it.
The evidence and testimony are extremely compelling. I believe we may be close to a verdict.
No.
Wonderful news, Your Excellency. Wonderful.
Nevertheless, it cannot be denied that this testimony begs one very large question.
What question?
Exclusive news, a startling photograph, all the markings of an exceptional story for the reporter. Why then was the story never published?
Oh, that's right.
That is a good point. It seems clear to me that there are circumstances at play here that have not yet to be understood.
More pathetic excuses.
Very well then, counsel. Proceed with your cross-examination.
Yes, Your Excellency. There's more to this reporter than meets the eye. He's keeping something about this case very close to his chest.
Yeah, like how the hell did she get your pen?
Time to press.
Hold it!
What made you want to see what was happening inside the beach hut in the first place?
Call it journo instinct. Can you think of a better reason?
Oh, I don't know. Perhaps because you were being a proven criminal. The person inside was a young woman.
Ah, I see where you're going with this. Brace yourself, peoples. He's painting a journal as a voyeur.
It's hardly slander, sir. You had a camera and you were taking pictures without a woman's knowledge.
Nope, you got it all wrong, little student boy.
Sorry?
To my mind, all that was inside the hut was a scoop. Nothing more, nothing less.
It was still... okay, fine.
Scoops, no gender. Man or woman, it's all news. It's not even a many-menomoism. It's basic journalism.
I don't know, there's a thing called yellow pages. Not yellow pages, yellow journalism.
If only the courtroom was as indiscriminate.
Right, so if that's all buttoned up, can we move on? Tell the court then, witness, what sight befell your eyes when you looked inside the hut?
He only knows one gender, and that is Scoop. He'll invade everybody's privacy, regardless of gender. Yay! Equality. Sexism defeated.
A sight that vindicated my journo instinct, that's what. When I pulled back the reeds, I could see it all clear as day.
Hold it!
So you actually saw Membani-san entering the hut?
Yep. And she was raging. Raging like my journo spirit.
And the argument you mentioned, what was that about exactly?
You stole it. I didn't steal it. That's kind of thing.
Talking about the poison, I suppose.
The student girl walked right up to the English woman and started laying into her. I mean, she laid into her anymore and she would have been eggs.
Anyway, oh my god. 38? Looking good for 38. Wording, sir. He's 33! He looks so much older than this dude! He's 30! Man, these two dudes are gonna die young. fat for his age. So is Satoru. He's 30. I mean, he has tuberculosis, so...
The man should have been an author. His descriptive talents are wasted on journalism. But the students' ratings fell on deaf ears, like a Japanese person listening to English for the first time.
He really ought to work on his similes, though. First, though, to be honest.
Anyway, the point is, that woman in the dock was mightily angry.
And her temper finally got the better of her, it seems, dear me.
Which was the climactic moment that I caught on film. Seconds later, the girl pulled out a knife, following the English woman to the floor as she stabbed her. Okay, let's question all of this shit, but first,
Do you swear before this court that you actually saw the precise moment in which the stabbing took place?
Huh, the precise moment! I didn't just see that. I saw the whole hellish scene play out from start to finish.
Oh, thank you.
I have here a simple plan of the beach hut. Perhaps you could use it to explain to the court exactly what you witnessed.
Oh, thank you, Ouchie.
Right you are. It's all here in my memo pad.
That's really hard to say.
When I first peered into the hut, I'm sure that the English woman was on this stool on the back of the hut here.
Yes, the accused's own testimony confirmed that.
She just sat on the back of the hut, smiling sweetly, is what I have noted down.
It's my turn to testify now, trying not to interrupt.
Ugh.
Then the next moment I was watching. As I was watching, the evil student girl entered the hut. The pizza hut. After a while, the pair of them ended up in the middle of the hut, arguing furiously. Wait a minute. The English woman then went for the student, but the girl dodged out of the way. And in a flash, plunged a knife into her adversary's back as the two passed each other.
That doesn't seem to concur to what's going on in the photograph. Because the opening of the hut is very clear.
What you describe is a grim crime indeed.
Oh, he's big lying.
Never sugarcoat the truth. That's what many memoism says.
Okay.
By the way, Many Memo-san, whilst you were watching the terrible scene unfold before your eyes, through the gap in the screen, did it not occur to you to prevent the tragedy, rather to capture it on film?
Journals have to be observers. We can't get involved. That is our raison d'etre.
I don't know how to say French.
French words. They confine me, they compel me to go, what the fuck?
Wow, someone that lies but actually managed not to get caught by... She started but didn't do anything like that.
Diatre. I don't know how to pronounce that word.
That's a reason to be. Yeah. I just don't know how to pronounce it.
So you didn't converse with Miss Brett at all?
Obviously not. An observer always remains on the outside looking in.
And that's something to be proud of, is it?
Your Excellency, if I may. Yes, Professor? I think the witness's last expertly phrased statement should perhaps be added to his formal testimony.
Father, what are you...
I will grant the defense's request. Many Memo-san, you will supplement your formal testimony with the aforementioned statement.
No, he is Japanese. It's just like, you know, the coup d'etat. Just French words just because French words. To be fancy. Well, nihilism is the foundation of many memoism. But I'll gladly prove that my words aren't meaningless. Nihilism? He's a nihilist? Slap damn titty.
Hold it!
Really? You didn't set foot inside the hut at all? Are you quite sure about that?
I think you may have the wrong impression of me. We're talking about murder scene here. My nerves were stretched to the breaking point already.
Oh, I see. You were scared. Maybe I did have the wrong impression of you, yes.
It was all I could do to stifle a scream to hold my hands steady enough to snap the shot. You really should have summoned help before thinking of your camera. Many memoism and humanism don't always agree. And most of the time in those instances, many memoism comes out on top. As a sculptor of stories, sometimes I have to be cruel for my art. Yes, that's spot on.
Surely he's making all of this up.
Yep. He claims to have spied the whole affair from start to finish. If true, his testimony is devastating.
But it does seem as though he's holding something back, doesn't it?
If that's how you feel, I suggest you trust your instincts and press him on everything he said. As you have no doubt seen many times before as your role as judicial assistant.
Yes, I have. I've seen witnesses like this pressed often. I know exactly what to do.
Alrighty then. See through, sitting on the stool, arguing with her. Seconds later, the girl pulled out a knife, throwing her onto the floor, stabbed her on the back. For the perfect shot. Never sets foot in the hut. So, should I show the pen to this? I'm gonna show the pen to this. But before we do so, I got to save. Got to save the game just in case I'm wrong. Okay. Yee! I have to press that G. Also, I want to check all these items. Huh, what does this say? Regent? Really cool. Oh. I looked at it and I was,
The label appears to have written in a foreign language that I don't know.
It's German. So your knowledge of English is not going to be a little help here, I'm afraid.
Couldn't have you just written medicine on it in Japanese? Then we'll all be able to read it.
German is the international language of medicine, my dear. But yes, I can certainly see the merit on labeling the bottle in Japanese. Huh? I completely forgot to show. Oh my god. Everybody's OC is just this guy, eh? Time to redesign OCs. Nah, don't worry about it. He's different enough. They're both different enough. Though I'm not sure medicine would be entirely appropriate. Alright, that's everything about the bottle. Let's look at the knife. Ah yes, this must be the victim's blood.
Oh dear, the blood is never a pretty sight, is it? I'm having to fight the urge to run it under a hot tap and get it clean.
You've always been fastidious about cleanliness, haven't you?
I think this is something else, Father.
Father. May I have some more, Father? I guess there's nothing else about this that we can infer with. And... Interessante, isn't it? So... let me save again because wait. You know what? Fuck it. Fuck it!
Objection!
Alright, we did it right.
Many Memo-san, until now, I've had a firm belief that newspapers are in the business of uncovering and publishing the truth.
Oh, sweet baby girl. You're spot on there. The press doesn't lie, which is why I'm proud to wear the emblem of Shoyu News on my arm. There are design traits that are always going to be compared to other known characters. Yes, of course. I agree. In a way, that's more many-memoism.
Sadly, though, it seems the journalists who write for those papers don't always share the same passion for the truth.
What? What are you suggesting with this recriminatory words, Council?
Many Memo-san, do you recognize this fountain pen?
Ooh, he big sweaty. He does remind me of, like, designs, like, from the 60s. Like, the designs from anime from the 60s. Like, Space Adventurer Cobra. It's very cute.
This pen was found at the scene of Miss Brett's death. In fact, the murdered victim was gripping it in her hand as she died.
What are you? It's the sideburns and the jawline.
If you look at the barrel of the pen, you notice that its owner's initials are engraved there. R.M.
Yes, thank you for bringing that up, Council. The initials of the accused, Raymond Bani.
This sideburns reminds me of Space Dandy. That too. A little bit of Lupin the Third. There's also another one. What was that boxer? I forgot the name of that boxer, but it's from a really old anime of a boxer who dies in the ring. His sideburns remind me of a conveniently attractive anime man with sideburns. Yeah.
Is it a coincidence, I wonder, that your initials are also RM?
No.
Write in Many Memo, RM.
That's dung, horse dung. Can't you see? One of the central tenets of many memoism is being a pencil user. Oh yeah? You got ink there, eh?
And yet, as the court will clearly able to see on your right hand, there's a very obvious blue ink stain.
It would appear that you just rather carelessly left it somewhere recently. Your favorite fountain pen, that is. Horsey horse dung!
Many Memo-san, is it not the case that before she died, you met with Miss Giselle Brett at that beach hut?
Objection! Why would we listen to this absurd nonsense? It's nothing but another excuse.
Exactly!
Show You News will stand behind me all the way. I deny everything. There must be as many people with the initials RM as there are stars in the night sky.
The defense has neither nor time nor the inclination to count every star in the sky. And there is no need anyway, because this pen has more to tell. Yes, there is another clue. A clue that undeniably proves who its owner really is.
In that case, counsel, the defense will now show the court where this alleged clue lies.
Yeah, the logo.
Of course, Your Excellency. Alright. The clue on this fountain pen that clearly reveals its owner's identity is...
Let's go up here. Yeah.
Got it!
That's cute.
As well as the initials, there's also an emblem on this fountain pen. An emblem that you will, of course, recognize, Mini Memo-san.
Goodness me. It's the emblem of Show You News.
Show You. Fuck! I just realized what the pun was. Show You News. The puns. I hate it. God damn it. That's a really good pun. That's actually not bad.
In other words, the owner of this pen is an employee of Show You News, whose initials are RM. Suddenly, the stars in the night sky don't seem so numerous, do they? Well, Mini Memo-san, how do you respond?
As in showing you news. Show You News. No! It's Beret. Also, he's really tall, Jesus.
Order, explain yourself, witness.
So, this is how the mighty Supreme Court works, is it? Using coercive tactics to well-meaning citizens to reveal harmless secrets.
I've used nothing but honest tactics.
Alright then, fine. I won't try to hide it anymore. I thought the pun was going to be about show you ramen. Exactly, because it's a real word. It's a real Japanese word, so... That took me a second. Yes, but not before that grim tragedy unfolded. I, a Show You News reporter on behalf of the public, conducted an interview with the Englishwoman.
An interview?
You never mentioned this before.
Then when exactly was this?
As I said, it was before that evil little student girl showed her face in the hut. It couldn't have lasted for more than 2 or 3 minutes, that's all. It was a brief exchange. But it came to nothing. And, as we Menememoists say, the people don't pay their dues for unworthy news. However insignificant you deem it to be, this court cannot overlook the meeting between yourself and the victim. You will testify now under oath about the precise nature of this meeting and what transpired. Got it? Yes, alright, but... on one condition.
Condition?
In all good conscience, I couldn't speak out alone about this. You need to call back the earlier witness, Soseki Natsume-san.
So, Saseki,
Oh yes, according to my notes here, that man has a secret of his own. Embrace yourselves. It's not a harmless one. It's big.
What?
what?
Many memoism states that one man's secret is every other man's front page story. Very well, I will grant the witness's request in this instance. Officer, summon the earlier witnesses back to the stand.
Soseki-san, hiding something. Ow.
Alright, what are the secrets? I asked the English woman for an interview, but she declined, so I left the hut without making a fuss. Then, watching secretly from outside, I saw the woman being stabbed and the other witnesses come running. The detective realized that the victim still had a pulse, so he ran off to fetch help. That's when this writer man here asked for the woman for a very significant question. But he didn't say anything about that in the testimony, which is why many memoism demands I reveal it now. Okay. Alright then. You mean to say the victim?
The victim regained consciousness. And when she did, you decided to ask her a question?
That's, true, yes. He did! And that's not all. The woman gave her a very definite answer. An answer that incriminates the accused.
How would you know that, though?
This is preposterous. Why am I only hearing about this now? Why didn't you mention this before, you yokel hack?
It wasn't even a conversation! Yes, I did pose the withering English Rose a question. I don't deny it. But she could no longer speak. She was barely conscious even. Counsel for the defense, I expect a thorough cross-examination to be conducted here. This court must and will know the truth.
Absolutely, Your Excellency. The reporter is claiming that Miss Brett implicated Ray somehow. What on earth could have happened in that hut?
Yeah, a lot of new words, eh?
Hold it!
You asked her for an interview, you say?
Well, of course I did. I wanted to ask her about the incident that she was involved in the end of last year.
About the case of which Mr. John H. Wilson lost his life.
That's not the way I phrased it. Minimemoism calls for straight talking. Why did you murder Dr. Wilson? Is how I put it to her.
Yes, that sort of talking is as straight as a ruler.
I asked every question as you're asking for a menu in a restaurant. I say it's the best way. A veteran on that paper taught me that.
How did Miss Brett answer?
With one simple phrase. Mystery is a woman's charm. Whew! That told me. So I waltzed right out of there.
Really? Something about that doesn't quite seem to fit together.
Leave every room as though you're waltzing in a dance hall. I say that's the best way. A veteran of the paper taught me that.
Hold it!
That was very persistent of you, considering that Miss Brett had just turned you away.
Persistence wins the prize. Any minimemoist will tell you that. Oh man. Let them think you've left, and just when they lower their guard, that's when you swoop in for the scoop.
And the fruits of your labor have been too apparent in this telling photograph. Though I'm sure the young yokel student would rather not be reminded of this damning evidence.
Actually, it's thanks to that photograph that we managed to identify this witness.
And now that you've found it, I'll tell you whatever you want to know. I've got nothing to hide.
I'm sure.
Please go ahead, witness. The court is eager to hear what you have to say.
Try to stop me. There's a story to tell here, and I'm going to tell it. Okay, come on.
Hold it!
And Soseki-san remained behind in the hut.
That's right, yep. Our author friend here was a blabbering wreck, shaking all over from his head to toes, mustache twitching, eyes bulging. What do you expect? You don't know the terrifying troubles that twisted me whilst traveling abroad. Back behind baleful bars. They'll be coming for me surely. That's all I could think. I felt as though I were gasping for air, drowning in a sea of cold sweat.
Poor Soseki-san. His experiences in London have scarred him deeply.
As the world seemed to close in around me, I quietly recited a prayer to Amida Buddha. Eternal emptiness, empty eternity. The end is coming for me, surely. No sutras are to resound in my courtroom, please. And now we come to the crucial part. That's when it happened.
Hold it!
What was that question, eh?
What question? What exactly did he say?
Well, now you shouldn't hear it from a horse's mouth, I think. Don't you, Mr. Writer Man?
Out with it, you yokel hack. What did you say to her? What did you say to the dying English woman?
Oh boy. Well, in truth, I've been catching crabs at the water's edge and building castles in the sand, you see.
That's so cute.
Well, the seaside is a place to be at leisure, I suppose, even for a grown man. But then all of a sudden, from that little beach hut, a young girl's panic-stricken cries for help pierced the air.
Ray.
I ran up to the beach to see what was happening, to find a defendant leaning over the collapsed victim. As soon as Inspector Hosonaga saw Miss Brett on the ground, he sprinted off to get help. And then, just a moment later, I heard a faint moan. A moan from the dead Englishwoman. I nearly jumped out of my own skin.
But what did you ask her, Soseki-san?
Yeah, there are both writers. You're right.
I asked her, who did this to you?
Don't protract this any longer. How did the woman respond? She didn't say anything in response. But... When in the stand, you will answer the questions asked of you unambiguously. Now, without evasion or reticence, I demand that you amend your testimony. Yeah, they do. I will! Okay.
Hold it!
So you tried to find out who the culprit was?
He who asks a question is a fool for a minute. He who does not remains a fool forever. Yeah, those are definitely wise words. And having been labeled a criminal twice during my time in Great Britain, I was quick to make up my mind. Better to be a fool for a minute than remain a fool in prison forever.
However, you indicated that the victim failed to respond. Is that correct?
I know why. I know why the Englishwoman said nothing. She was ignoring me,
because of my stupid mustache. My stupid mustache because I am Japanese. Aw, poor baby. He's PTSD. This poor man.
Oh dear. Soseki-san was really developed a dislike for the English, it seems.
Having read the report on the time in Great Britain, I can't say I'm surprised at his xenophobia. But the Englishwoman didn't ignore you at all, did she, Mr. Writer Man? Well, yes, you're alright. She did respond in the manner of speaking, I suppose. Oh, fuck.
Hold it!
Miss Brett pointed a finger at the defendant. So Seki-san, is that really true?
It's not easy to stand here and say this, but when we first entered the beach hut, the Englishwoman was sprawled on the floor before us, with a student girl standing far side of her. And we asked, who did this to you? Oh, fuck. The Englishwoman summoned the last ounce of strength to point trembling finger at the back of the hut. Which was, it can't be denied, the direction of the student girl who stands accused today. Nah, that's the stool. She was sitting on that stool. That's where she was stabbed.
No.
So Seki-san, why on earth did you neglect to mention this in your original testimony? But, fiddlesticks, I say! It's not a British court of law. You will respond in Japanese. Yes, of course. The Englishwoman did point her finger towards the back of the hut, but I was trembling, and she was trembling, and everything was a blur. And thinking about it, I feel as though perhaps she was pointing at a slightly different direction. Actually, no, not slightly, in a very different direction, to where the student girl was standing. To someone on the back of the hut, where nobody was standing at all.
You mean your memory of the events and the direction in which the victim was pointing are both unclear?
Yes, that's it, unclear. Yes, very unclear.
Objection!
Your Excellency, surely this proves the matter beyond all reasonable doubt. Yes, the woman may barely have been conscious, and yes, perhaps her finger wavered slightly. But there can be no doubt that this was an attempt by the victim to confirm the identity of her assailant. Why? Because, as the court can see, there is no other than the accused in the direction the victim was pointing. It is abundantly clear that no one besides the accused could have possibly committed this crime.
I'm inclined to agree. And in the absence of any credible argument to the contrary, I believe we can now conclude this trial. Oh no!
No!
The headline's writing itself. Dashing lawyer's hopes dashed. 92 point across the whole page. We'll do it in extra edition. This is a serious blow, Susato. Unless we're able to identify the true culprit and substantiate our claim with evidence, the judge will give us his ruling, and the trial will be over.
But that's impossible, Father. We don't even know how the crime was committed yet.
Impossible though it may seem, we have no choice. We must think back to everything we've learnt thus far. Somewhere in all those details, I'm confident we'll find the clue we need.
Ray gave us an account of the events unfolded in the defendant's antechamber before the trial resumed. She told us what happened at the precise moment Miss Brett was killed.
Oh no.
And then the moment later, She suddenly got to her feet. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. How could Miss Brett have been stabbed in the back? In a beach hut that was empty but herself and Ray? Somewhere amid the information we've gathered so far must be an answer to that question.
I take it then that the defense has nothing further to add.
So, the gallant yokel student Lux finally runs out. I can't say I'm surprised.
In that case, I am ready to deliver my final verdict on the matter.
This is a crucial turning point now. I simply can't establish what really happened. If I can't establish what really happened, it's over. Where was the real culprit hiding? And how did she or he stab the victim? I know how.
Objection!
Your Excellency, I respectfully asked of you to postpone your adjudication for the time being.
Oh, to what end, counsel?
The defense would like to present to the court with an alternative theory. An alternative theory that can explain who the victim was actually trying to implicate with her dying gesture.
Objection!
An alternative theory? Huh. None exists.
Objection!
There was someone else present at the scene who could have committed this crime.
What?
And the victim, Miss Brett, tried to reveal who it was to those around her at the time. By mustering all her remaining strength and pointing at the trembling finger at the killer's direction.
This is fiction! Fantasy!
Very well, you seem very so sure yourself, counsel. I am prepared to hear your alternative theory. So, young Ryutaro Naruhodo.
Yes, Your Excellency.
You will present the latest theory to the court by means of this plan. At the moment the victim was stabbed, where exactly are you proposing the culprit was concealed? Gotta save just in casos.
Just in casos, man. Just in casos.
And he was right here.
Take that!
Naruhodo-san would never give up. And I'm a Naruhodo now.
Oh my god.
The true culprit who's fatally stabbed Miss Brett was concealed in this location here.
Are you mad, counsel? You're suggesting the culprit was outside the hut.
What?
Oh. Okay, fine. Jeez. Oh my god, I just popped my freaking back. Ow.
Order! Order! But student lawyer Naruhodo-san Esquire, that makes no sense at all. You just pointed in the exact spot where I was trying to hide to get my scoop snap. But I didn't see any suspicious individuals loitering about. I can swear to that.
Obviously, the culprit has been outside the hut. There's no way he or she could have stabbed the victim who was inside the hut.
Actually, Prosecutor Ouchie, there is a way. And, in point of fact, the defense can provide evidence strongly suggesting that it's precisely the way Miss Brett was killed.
You're bluffing. You're bluffing, you yokel.
The defense's assertion is clearly too fantastical for the court to comprehend. You will need to give us more guidance, counsel. What piece of evidence corroborates your theory that the victim was stabbed from outside the hut?
Okay, fine. Let me drink.
Oh, that was delicious. I actually needed that.
Okay. What's the evidence? Should I just show the photo? I think that's the only thing I can show, really.
Take that!
Oh, fuck.
Well, I've presented it now, but I haven't the first idea why I chose this piece of evidence.
Counsel, you're suggesting that this piece of evidence bears out your theory that how the victim was stabbed.
It's something of a windfall, Your Excellency.
I think the word you're looking for, Counsel, was a downfall.
Fuck!
Your theory is correct, and the knife was thrust into the Miss Brett's back from outside the hut. There should be a visible trace somewhere.
A trace? Yes, on the hut itself. Armed with that, I must look through the court record again.
Fuck. Is it the other photo?
The defense would like to present a different piece of evidence.
Go ahead.
Wait, let me look at this. You son of a bitch. You son of a fuck! It was the other photo. Look at it. Look at it. God damn it. This game is really good at hiding those details. Shit. That's really, really well hidden. Well, god damn it. I showed the wrong photo. Even though they both kind of show the same meaning, but whatever.
Take that!
The original photographic print of the crime scene.
Yes, it's clearly visible in this print. The trace that fatal thrust was delivered from outside the beach hut.
Objection!
You take us for fools? There's no hint of any such thing.
I'm not sure that everyone present would agree. Someone at least appears to have noticed what is it I'm referring to?
Counsel, once again I must call on you to be explicit for the court. Where in this photograph is the trace of the stabbing, which you claim to have took place outside the hut?
Well, here's your pizza.
Take that!
Look closely just here. In the screen in the back of the hut, you can see the effects of the blade having been forced through the reeds.
No, it can't. I can't see such a thing.
It's true that the hut in question had 4 walls, as you expect. However, by parting the reeds, a knife blade could easily penetrate them.
This is extraordinary.
Yes. The true culprit actually stabbed the victim from outside the beach hut. And everyone present at the scene, there is only one person who could have done that. Only one person who was directly outside the hut when Miss Brett was killed. Write in many memos, son. It could only have been you.
Why would you kill her, though?
This preposterous idea leaves me almost speechless. Just look at the photograph again. The victim lies almost exactly in the center of the beach hut. Does she not? Are we to assume, as a part of this farcical scenario, the assailant was a knife thrower?
Objection!
She was sitting at the thingy.
No, of course not.
We're not?
If you recall the testimony of the defendant about the events just before the victim's death.
A stool.
Have another look at the photograph. The slit in the reed screen. would align perfectly with the back of the person who was sitting on that stool.
My word. So, in fact, the victim was
Killed Willis sitting on that stool. By a stab wound to her back delivered through the reed screen. Having been attacked, Miss Brett rose to her feet instinctively. But then, unable to speak, she collapsed on the floor in the middle of the hut, before the defendant, Membami-san's appalled eyes. And that, Your Excellency, is the truth of what happened on the beach that day. By your silence, Memo-san, I take it that you don't deny the charge.
This is absurd!
That will do. It would appear that we have a tacit admission of guilt from the witness. Accordingly, this court has successfully established the truth of this matter, which means that the defendant, Membami-san, is innocent of the crime.
Oh, that was quick.
Oh, thank goodness. I finally made him cave.
I must say, I've never been more proud.
No, this can't be. The Yaoji clan can't. What of my growth? My growth of hope. It wasn't an apparition. I can't accept this, I won't.
I see no reason for the continuance of this trial.
But we don't know about the poison, though. The poison, though. Okay.
Well, this is all very convenient.
Wait. Therefore, I will conclude my proceeding by delivering my final... Okay, there we go. Yeah, and his motive.
Well, this is all very convenient. This is how the highest court in our mighty empire delivers justice, is it? Suppressing well-meaning citizens' freedom to speak and branding them as criminals.
But we've established that the victim was stabbed from the outside the hut, through the reed screen walls.
And no one but you was in the place at the time to have this hand on the hilt of the blade. It's a perfectly logical deduction. So, your argument hinges on the location of whoever stabbed the Englishwoman, does it? Well, it seems a little irrelevant now.
Irrelevant?
Well, she was stabbed. How she was stabbed. It doesn't matter. I mean, whether she was stabbed at all makes no difference if you think about it. After all, the trial's already shown the whole thing hinges on something else.
What? What are you talking about?
Brace yourself, little man. I'm talking about the fact that everything's changed. Because of the dirt you dug up.
What?
Enough obscurity, explain yourself, witness. What's to explain? I'm talking about the poison, of course.
The poison?
Let's ask the professor for a comment on the situation, shall we? I understand that a deadly poison that you were developing was stolen from your laboratory, correct? And it's been shown that the poison was administered to the victim, Miss Brett. Is that right? That is correct. The unusual constriction of the victim's pupils are a sure sign that this particular poison was used. I see. So, presumably that means that the victim already had the poison in her body before she was stabbed. Given that her pupils were clearly constricted, it seems highly likely, yes. If she had been dead already, the poison could not have circulated in her blood.
God damn it.
Ah, how refreshing to hear the argument of metropolitan mind. Precisely. It matters not a jot. Who stabbed whom in those back, and whose blade? Because, quite simply, the Englishwoman's life was taken not by a knife, but by a poison.
Objection!
What the hell? Now you care about this? But that can be explained by the poison being on the blade, as I already... It's not, Ryutaro.
Objection!
It wasn't on the blade.
Forgotten already? We have, Yoko. During these very proceedings, the laboratory of the professor at your side assisted providing. That blade of the blade of the weapon used to attack the victim had no trace of poison in it whatsoever.
So let me get this down. The facts as skillfully established by the defense in this trial is about to be a headline-making red herring. Is that about right?
Well,
Order! Order! But where does this leave us? How, in that case, did the poison enter the victim's body? There is an understandably obvious answer to that. The lady most likely imbibed it?
Drank it. Why can't you just say drank it? You mean she drank it? Yeah, exactly. Why can't you just say she drank it? Imbibed? I'm gonna say imbibed. Look, listen, the word bibbed is in it. BB. Imbib of my water. A bib. I'm Bibby.
I'm a baby. I need a baby.
Give me that bib.
please use words most people know, please.
My little smooth brain cannot understand big words.
Have another look at the photograph here. As you can see,
A bottle of carbonated water? Carbonated water and glass have been knocked into the sandy floor of the beach hut. The poison could have been slipped into either.
So somebody made Miss Brett drink it.
well, what do you know now? Look at those dashing eyes. This will make a great front page shot. Hey, why the bewitching stare? After all, I'm the last person you should be looking at. It would make no sense at all that I poisoned the woman, would it? I mean, that's been established already.
But why did you stab her then?
Hold it!
Established? What are you talking about?
Don't tell me you've forgotten. That's a little hard to believe, given that the person who established it was you.
Me? What on earth does she mean?
Ooh, let me capture those wide eyes. This is prime press fodder, this is. It would seem that this trial is not yet destined to end yet after all. I hereby call upon the witness to give further testimony. That's great, that is. Let me get a shot of that magnificent beard, Your Excellency. You claim to be impossible. Claim it to be impossible that you were the one responsible for administering the poison to the victim. You will explain in the court your testimony, the basis on which you make such a claim. I'm a journal and I'm a man. I never tried to run or hide for anything in my life. I'm not about to start that now, because that's
Many memoism.
For a brief moment, I thought I'd illuminated the truth, but it slipped right back into obscurity again. Just where this trial is going to take us.
Where indeed? Complete innocence. We'll see about that. Oh yes, I stabbed the English woman. And it's that very fact that proves I'm innocent. Why did you stab her? Because why would I be bothered to stab a woman if I've already poisoned her? When I heard the student girl and that pompous English murderer arguing, it got my goat. If the courts were going to punish Miss Brett for what she did, someone else would have to see justice done. Huh. Okay.
So you admit it then? That everything happened as I described? That you're the one who stabbed Miss Brett in the back through the reed screen?
You can't blame this miserable country of ours. You can blame it. Wow. A country that bows to the pressure of foreign powers and its murderers walk free. What kind of future can a country like that have? That's why I did it. I did what our pathetic leaders didn't have the guts to do. Slap bang in the middle of that charming lady's back. I plunged the blade of sweet justice right in there. Somebody throw this guy in jail. This guy's really fucked up. Also, man, the bone of his wrist, it pops right out. Jesus, man, go get that checked out. It's not supposed to pop out that much. Is he double jointed? Mom, this guy fucked up. Can you pick me up? You can't unsee. It's just right there. Jesus. As someone who spent his life seeing that the truth is told, I feel really, really awful about giving false information in my testimony before. But as it turns out, there was somebody else who had it in for the victim and got to her before me. Big Boney. That's right, you guessed it. That pretty little student girl. Now there's a woman after my own heart. Ew, 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 ew. She's 16. Get out of here. You're 38. Disgusting. Disgusting.
You're implicating Ray again.
She's the one who gave the poison to the English woman and ended her pitiful existence. And suddenly, snap, this journo here is off the hook. The argument is sound, certainly. And if the witness had administered the poison himself, he need only have waited for it to take effect. Subsequently stabbing the victim in the back would have been entirely nonsensical.
And therefore this reporter had nothing to do with the poisoning. Yes, it's all quite logical.
That's right, it is. Logical and true. I'm glad you've all seen the light. Justice at last.
This is unbelievable. After I made so much progress in proving his guilt, is he going to get away with it now?
Yeah, slap them cheeks.
Think of Kazuma-san and Naruhodo-san. They never stop looking for a way forward until the judge's final gavel.
Very well, then, counsel, proceed with what I assume to be your final cross-examination in this trial.
Yes, Your Excellency.
Here we go. Oh, Jesus Christ, what was that? Did you guys hear that? Jesus. I think that was the toilet. It's broken, but I don't want to call maintenance. Let it fucking break. It's actually not broken. Its pipes are just fucking old. The pipes are super old, so they do that a lot. Alright, time to question everything he says.
Hold it! So, you admit that you had murderous intentions towards Miss Brett then?
Huh. The Moo Woman's very existence offended my sense of justice.
Your sense of... He's claiming to have some righteous indignation.
She was pure evil. A cold-blooded killer who's committed murder right here in our empire's soil. But did our good-for-nothing government do anything? Not a chance. So I had to step in. Fly the flag of justice. Put things right for the people. Yes, it was my civic duty. That's what drove me to do it.
So, in summary, murderous intentions then?
Whatever you want to call it. The point is, that English woman was a blight. So I had to do what's right for society.
And a real wrong was done by the student girl in the dock. A crime for which she must pay.
But, okay, so, what? But they're both wrong. But they're both wrong. He would still need to be... that was attempt at murder anyway. Because she was still alive. So, yeah. Obviously, because the poisoning has nothing to do with me at all. So you just want the other girl to be guilty, eh? Because I went about to stab a woman,
Hold it! So you still maintain that you didn't give the poison to the victim?
Obviously, that would be like putting a belt on your trouser when you already have wearing braces like these.
The accused administered the poison from which the witness stabbed the victim.
Stabby stab.
An unforgivable act, certainly, but not one of murder. Murder. That crime rests on the accused's shoulders. That is how the law works, you see, yokel. Who knows? You may even learn something here today.
That seems pretty shitty. Pretty stupid. 2 consecutive attempts on her life in the space of minutes. Quite a day for the victim. Do something that's evil, you've got it coming. That's how the law works. The law of reckoning.
That's not the kind of law that this court upholds.
You will reiterate why you were compelled to stab the victim then, witness. Okay. Murder. Let's see.
Hold it! What exactly were they arguing about?
About what happened to that restaurant 9 months ago. That's what. A student girl was laying into the English woman for killing her beloved mentor, Dr. Wilson. Frame someone in the name of justice. Yes. Kill innocent people for justice. Yes. John H. Wilson, a professor of medicine. Invited here in England by Professor Mikotoba, no less. Right. But the English woman just jeered.
The case was to be heard by the British Consular Court in Shanghai, however. There is little doubt that she would simply have been acquitted and sent back to her homeland a free woman.
It was eating at that student girl up inside. I could see it. I really felt for her. Are you gonna say something, Ray?
I can't. I can't stand here and listen to this tripe. Ray.
And you stand accused here. You can't just blurt out whatever you feel like it.
No, you can't. Sorry, but I'm in the middle of some very important testimony here. Just keep quiet and listen.
But this awful man is making all of this up. Susato, please. You have to make them listen.
Return to the dock at once, Membami-san. We are here in the middle of a cross-examination.
Your Excellency, please. I implore you. The journalist is clearly not a trustworthy witness. Exactly! He's a filthy, rotten, black-hearted, bigoted, dirty, great peeping Tom!
Whoa! Take it easy there.
Please. I think the court should want to hear what the defendants have to say.
Your Excellency, I see no need whatsoever to entertain the accused's remarks.
I will grant the request of the defense.
But Your Excellency!
This is likely to be the final cross-examination of these proceedings. As such, I believe it would be ill-advised to stifle the defendant's obvious concerns. So, whilst recognizing the contravenes of regular protocol, I hereby call upon the defendant to speak.
Oh! Thank you so much, Your Excellency.
It was nothing to do with Dr. Wilson. We were discussing the stolen poison.
Hold it!
The stolen poison that killed the victim, you mean? I suspected her of being the one to steal it. I mean, just think about how she killed Dr. Wilson.
That's true. Additionally, Miss Brett certainly had knowledge of the new poison. But surely it can be no easy task to steal a highly secret toxin being developed for the government. Indeed, all visitors of the laboratory are thoroughly searched when they leave. Even if a thief managed to avoid being seen by myself or a colleague, getting the poison out would have been very difficult.
So, do you think that pen carried that poison? I think that pen had some of that poison.
That pen had that poison. All he had to do was tap the pen, and the little droplets of poison will drop on the water. And then she drank and she died.
I think that's what happened.
That's true, I pestered Professor Mikotoba until he agreed to show me the poison when I visited his laboratory. Poisson.
It sounds like you're saying fish.
Poisson.
Le poisson.
But as I left, I was searched from top to tail. Miss Brett rather bluntly revealed the existence of the toxin we'll be deploying, you see. And since Soseki-san expressed such an interest in it, I felt unable to refuse.
Not stabbed her. All you really have to do is press on the tip of the fountain pen and let a little drop come out. Or all of it, really. It doesn't have to be too much.
Obviously, I gave nothing away, other than the fact that it was an extremely potent substance. I'm very ashamed of myself. I've had a singularly terrible experience with a deadly poison.
Yeah, you can absolutely refill them.
I just wanted to look at my enemy in the eye. Surely you understand that?
To find out my suspicions were true, I confronted Miss Brett about the poison. I told her that if there were to be an incident involving it somehow, it wouldn't just be the university. The military will be dragged into it. The whole government even. It would be a complete disaster.
And how did Miss Brett respond to your concerns?
She just curled those beautiful lips of hers,
Wow, she's big lesbian. Big lesbian, this Ray. Jesus.
And she didn't know the first thing about it. In English, actually.
Ah, yes. Many Memo-san, one small question if you don't mind. I do mind. Can't you see I'm busy? Clearly you were outside the beach listening in whilst the defendant and Miss Brett were conversing. Presumably then, it was you who wrote this article about what you've heard.
Ah.
Exclusive. Deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory.
So that's where he heard it. Okay, that makes sense.
The story was published in this morning's edition of Show You News.
Oh, goodnight.
The details are too accurate for it to be written by anyone else. Sorry, I don't know what you're talking about.
Yes, look at this! The entire article! It's almost what I said to Miss Brett word for word. Well, Many Memo-san.
As a journo, and as a citizen of a free country, I don't have to reveal my sources. That's a founding principle of many Memoism.
Father's clearly right about this. The reporter did write that article, and he based it on the overheard from outside the hut.
Okay, cool.
So that's what it was all about. You were trying to cover up the fact that you were listening in. He has lied. That's why you came up with that stinking story about me arguing with her.
Shut up! My stories don't stink! Look, whatever you say, little girl, it doesn't matter or alter the facts. Your Excellency, there's something I want to say, and I want it to go on record. Very well, you may amend your formal testimony.
Are you okay, dude?
Harold, they're gay.
There's been so many moments like that, honestly. Okay.
Hold it!
Perhaps you doubted the efficiency of the poison, and thought to make your own victim would... and thought to make sure your victim would die.
That's horse dung.
What?
That would be like pouring pepper on your Chinese ramen before you've tasted it. Completely reckless. Although, it might surprise you to learn that I'm a bit of an impetuous pepper purr, as it happens.
Once the victim has taken the poison, she would have only been minutes away from death. And yet this man proceeded to stab her in the back as well.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah, this is great. At first I also thought that Susato was implicated, but this is even better.
There has to be a good reason for that.
If it was the reporter who gave the poison to Miss Brett, then clearly he must have done it prior to Ray entering the hut.
Yeah!
Yes, that's undeniable.
But between him leaving the hut and the victim being stabbed, there was one very crucial change in the situation.
Sorry? What change?
A reporter overheard the conversation between Ray and the Englishwoman.
Yes, that's it! That's when Many Memo-san first heard the exact nature of the poison he'd used.
Huh.
That could be the key here.
If
the victim had unwillingly taken the poison already, the reporter could have had no reason to stab her. On the face of it, that logic sounds entirely reasonable.
But there's no question that this man was responsible for Miss Brett's murder.
Yeah, Ryutaro. 15.
I'm sorry. You're here very late.
I've been here for almost 6 hours, actually.
If we could just think of a plausible explanation as to why might have stabbed her even after the poisoning, I feel as that everything will drop into place.
Oh my god.
That's what we should be looking for.
Yes, I agree. And in order to do that, I must try to glean more information.
Okay, proves I'm innocent. Because why would I bother to stab the woman if I already poisoned her? Let's look at the court record for a bit. So here we got the post-mortem report. Chemical reagent. How am I supposed to use it? I want to use it on this. That's what I want. Let me click on this twice, just cuz. Look at her, she's so cute. Anyway. No new nothings.
Something wrong, Father?
That doesn't, I saw that, you're right. Pretty much empty. Alright. A trace of poison was found in the blade. And then photographic print. Let's read about... So here we have, following the lecture, a disturbing incident took place. Deadly poison secretly developed in the University of was stolen. Even the smallest amount entering the body, either via the mouth or via a wound by a poison-laced blade, would prove fatal in minutes. Current methods cannot detect the newly developed chemical. Onset of symptoms occurs in minutes, starting with impaired breathing, entering with acute contraction of the pupils prior to death. Such symptoms would be suggestive of this toxin. It's apparently an entirely new synthesis of alkaloids and rumored to have been commissioned by the military. I wonder what we can do about this, eh? Okay. Death could have occurred within minutes. And that's it. Pompous English murder arguing. It got my goat. Let's see. Do I have to press again? Let me press again just in case. What exactly were they arguing about? What happened to the restaurant? So the girl was lying in the Alright, but the Englishman just jeered. Okay. I was eating the... huh?
Objection!
Okay, this is new.
There's no inculpatory evidence to that effect. The prosecution is deliberately leading the court.
Throw you if you're not careful.
Oh, Ray, don't throw things like that out there.
Let the yokel student be aware that her humor is not appreciated in this courtroom.
I can't allow this court be influenced by this reporter's testimony. Ray is the only one who knows what really happened.
Hold it!
I mean, just think about how she killed Dr. Wilson, that's true.
Additionally, bread, Noisatan is still a highly secret toxin for the government. All visitors, They're searched. Yes, women were not allowed to be lawyers. Actually, women were not allowed to be in court, period. It was purely military. And all men, unless of course the accused is a woman. But women, period, were not allowed in court. Let's see, the poisoner would be very difficult. That's true. Okay.
Suspicions were true. I confronted Miss Brett about the poison.
Look at that. Beautiful lips. In English, actually. That's a lesbian. I already pressed all of these, probably. Do I have to keep pressing? Or do I actually have to present something? I wonder. Let me press these again, just in case. Yeah, nothing new here.
Hold it!
Should I show the photo? I think I have to show the photo. Let me save. Present. Let me examine this again. If only we had traces of something else. But all we have is this and the pen. I'm gonna go ahead and try. Why not?
Objection!
Fuck! Hydrate, fine. Alright, fine. Drinky. I just need to try to remain calm and examine the evidence again. God damn it! What about the evidence? There's still a very small amount of link inside the reservoir. Special indicator solution for a new poison. Not sure where to find, where to show this. The point is, if you poison someone, there will be no reason to go and stab the person as well. Is it to try to make the scene look like an argument? This one's difficult. Oh man, do I have to brute force this? Because I can't logically think of, like, what to show here. I'm legitimately lost.
Objection!
What? No! No, video game! No! I chose right? God, that was the only freaking thread of logic I had. That's the only thread of logic I had. Because he was trying to make it look like they argued. God damn it. Fucking this game, they always think it's so smart, but in reality, they're just stretching the logic way too thin, if you ask me.
Don't worry about it. I was gonna figure it out eventually, but still.
Well, I can think of one reason.
What?
But before I explain, I'd like you to confirm something for the court. Did you glean all the information for this newspaper article from what you overheard outside the hut?
Of course he did! There can be no question of that.
What is that tapping? Me. Probably me. Is it this? I'm doing a consistent tap. Yeah. That's me getting angry. Man, is it really that loud? Jeez. My fingers. Okay.
All we were told was this a terrible toxin.
Tappy tappy.
And there's one more important fact to consider. According to the witness, Mbani's overall verbal attack against the victim began as soon as she entered the hut. In other words, it would have been impossible for her to have slipped the poison in Miss Brett's drink.
Objection!
Where are you going with this, counsel?
Many Memo's son made it quite clear that he observed every single thing that happened in the beach hut. If the defendant had somehow had the opportunity, this man would have seen it.
Which means that Miss Brett couldn't have can you just say drinked? Why can't you say just ingested? Or please. Imbibby. Imbibbied. Imbibed. Imbibed the poison whilst the defendant was present. In fact, it must have been administered to her before Membamni-san entered the hut. Imbibby. If Journal Boy saw the whole thing, why didn't he stop it? Yeah, because he apparently also wanted to kill her, and he admits to that, but he was not the one who did the final blow. So he's, you know, off the hook, as it were, which is total bullshit. Also, can somebody tell me, is that supposed to be sake right next to the freaking judge? Does the judge just have sake with him at all times? Ritual sake? Cause that's awesome. You thought it was water? It could be water, but why would it be in such a fancy bottle? In a sake glass, it would be funny though. Yeah, you're right. It's not... Sake is not drank like that, so it would be water. Yeah, there's that container full of clear liquid. Sake is clear, so, you know, I thought it was sake. Very articulately put.
When I walked into the hut, I immediately started to press Miss Brett about the poison. At which point, Minimemo-san overheard the worrying information.
Worrying information? What worrying information?
The information in which subsequently included in this newspaper article, namely, that the poison was being developed in strict secrecy, and it couldn't be more readily obtained.
Absolutely. In fact, it's quite a understatement. Only those possible places it could come from is my lab.
And furthermore, anyone afflicted by the poison would exhibit telltale signs in death. The extreme constriction of the pupils. Yes, it's quite stark when you see it.
If this dude dies, if this dude is dead after this, holy shit.
There are other reasons that show similar symptoms, but not among new substances that are undetectable. In other words, it would be clear that the victim's lives have been ended by this use of this particular poison, which would reduce the number of suspects to only a handful of people.
Everyone in my laboratory is aware of the unique properties of the toxin we've been developing. Not one of them would be foolish enough to attempt to use it on some nefarious deed. Membami-san is being no exception.
Therefore, we can conclude that whoever administered the unique poison to the victim was a layperson, unaware of its telltale properties.
Oh, that's Susato. Disguised. So she can be a lawyer.
In other words, someone like you, write in many memo. It was you who stole the poison from the laboratory that day, and it was you who administered it to the unwitting victim. But you quickly realized that was a terrible mistake, because the poison caused such unusual symptoms and was so traceable. As you listened from the far side of the beach hut in the hut's thin walls, you learnt of these facts. But you already given the victim the poison that at that point it was too late. So you hatched a plan to disguise your mistake. A plan that involved stabbing the victim in the back through the reed screen.
Objection!
But what good could that possibly do?
Isn't it obvious, Counsel? It was the plan to kill Miss Brett before the poison could take effect.
Once in the blood, the poison causes an onset of pupil constriction. But he had hoped to precipitate the victim's death before that happened, didn't he?
Exactly. Because without revealing signs of the new secret poison's use, no one would have ever suspected.
This is extraordinary.
Yes, the effects of the poison meant it would be too easily identified, so the killer had to mask its use. Which attempted to do by plunging the knife into the middle of the victim's back.
You never noticed?
Man, you were playing this game hard and fast. Yeah, hot judge. Now he's just tutorial judge. The argument presented is sound. The court is satisfied by its that it warrants consideration. Does the prosecution have a counter argument it wishes to put forward?
Well, there's a number of yes, I counter completely.
Objection!
The prosecution's evasive response clearly shows that in much in the same way that he nurtures the remnants of his top knot, he is clinging to lost hope.
Susato is so fucking savage. Susato is so freaking savage, dude.
Lost.
You pathetic, useless, fallen samurai!
Fallen? Who are you calling fallen? I'm begrudging.
I don't need a counter-argument.
What are you talking about?
It should be blatantly obvious.
He's getting symptoms of the poison, dude. His breath. He shouldn't be like that. Though it might be just out of passion. But, do you think that maybe he got the poison? The poisson? I stole the poison, you say. Gave it to the victim, you say. Stabbed her, you say. Lots of fine theories. And I don't need a counter-argument because you don't have an argument yourself. Where is your evidence? Oh, I got a tool that will tell me. Yes, you make it all sound plausible, don't you? But without evidence, it means nothing. Whereas I believe my news on facts. I base my news. What the hell? Where did the word believe come from? Facts. What do you mean? Explain yourself. I mean that the professor said earlier in this trial. That's all there. In my many memos. Every word, every slip of the tongue, all noted. That is to show you news is famous for, the power of the printed word. Bon sang. Le poisson.
Ah, yes.
How's that then? Blown the story wide open? See? I, write in many memo, a mere reporter from Show You News. Couldn't possibly have stolen that poison from the professor's laboratory. Alright, then you wouldn't mind being tested, eh?
Poison. But there can't be any question of it. They must have stolen the poison that day. He stole it and used it to kill. And if that's the case, as you've identified, the poison itself is the definitive evidence we need. Because whoever stole it from that laboratory that day is the true culprit here.
What's your point, you annoyingly handsome country bumpkin? I love that everybody is so attracted to Susato dressed as a boy. Love it. Love it.
My point is this.
Everybody kinda gay. Everyone's, who's this hot guy?
There's only one way you, Minimemo-san, could have stolen the poison that day.
I've heard enough verbal conjecture now, thank you. What the court must be shown is evidence. What proof do you have that this witness stole the poison on the day in question?
What should I show? The pen? Being empty?
The proof, Your Excellency, is the fountain pen.
Excellent. Excellent. She's attractive either way, whether she's dressed as a boy or not. That's true. A fountain pen? How can that possibly be relevant?
These magical pens somehow seem to have enough ink to write many thousands of kanji characters. I believe they arrived in our country for the first time some 15 years ago.
Ah, I swear on my weasel hair calligraphy brush and nothing else. These newfangled pens are merely a fad.
Well, as a forward-thinking man of words, obviously I love my fountain pen. Suck up on a siphon of sumptuous ink, and one's work is swathed with words in the blink of an eye. By the way, I'm not sure. Wait. Is it like that word? Oh god, I forgot how that shit is pronounced. I hate it. Susan? Yeah. Sumptuous. No, Susan. Actually, it's also in Portuguese. Sucon. Socon.
Ah, the French are at it again. Haha, I see. Suck on these nuts. That's what it means, yes.
Of course.
Oh yes, from the old French.
That's right. Fountain pens have a small reservoir
Another French-ass word.
in the barrel, into which the ink is sucked up
The sucking.
through the nib of the pen in order to write with later.
What does this all sucking up ink have? Oh!
And just as it is possible to suck up ink into the reservoir, it's also possible to eject it through the nib again, of course.
My word. Can this really be?
Well, Minimemo-san, When you saw the deadly poison before your eyes in the laboratory that day, you used your fountain pen, your very lifeblood, to steal some of it, didn't you? By siphoning this poison up through the nib and into the pen's reservoir.
Objection! This, more absurdly, that never happened.
True, we've never heard that there were procedures in place to prevent thefts like this from the lavatory. But would anyone have thought to look inside a pen of all places?
No, I'm a little ashamed to say that for fear of offending our guest, such a detailed search would not have been conducted. Well, this is quite startling, I must say.
I remind the court that this pen was found in the clutches of the victim when she died. In other words, it was dropped by the scene by Many Memo-san.
Oh, he's sweating.
So the crucial question is, when exactly was the pen dropped?
Are you suggesting?
The natural conclusion is that you haste to act whilst the victim was distracted for a moment. You dropped the pen after you emptied the poison into her glass.
Objection! Well, there could have been a number of alternative explanations. For example, the witness could have been using this pen to write down the details of his conversation with the victim. And then, shocked to see one of her outrageous answers, a pen fell from his quivering hand.
Objection! No, that can't be. If it was, how do you explain why the pen was so devoid of ink?
What?
As you can see for yourself, you examined the evidence. There appears to be no ink present in the reservoir. That newspaper reporter goes to interview someone with nothing in his pen. No, the pen was dropped after the poison was filled its reservoir and then emptied into the victim's glass.
Witness, what do you have to say in your defense?
So this is how your modern justice system works, is it? He's gonna rip those apart, isn't he? He's gonna have purple nurples. So what if the ink pen runs dry? So what if my pencil snaps? I can always claw back into the game. I have plenty in reserve. You claim Marky Memo? You claim I sucked the poison into my pen? That's a wild speculation, nothing more. No! No! Shut up! It does not look like Markiplier! Shut up! I hate this. That's wrong, and you should be ashamed of yourself. Nah, he doesn't. Good. You can silence me. You guys are mean. I don't say it. Can you hear his voice? Just him going, eee. Fucking, I can't do it anymore.
I don't know, guys. I think he looks a little bit like Markiplier.
No, he does not. Stop this. Eee. I hate the. Has he ever said E before like that? I feel like he has. But all I can think of is the picture of him in transplanted in one of the photos with the letter E with a freaking, you know, fried image. In order of the court, this man is Markiplier. He did after the meme. You claim I sucked the poison into my pen? That's a wild speculation, nothing more. If you thought you could bring down a fine, upstanding citizen with a trick like that, think again.
It looks as though this is going to take one final decisive blow to finish this matter. As I see it, now is very simple. It rests upon whether or not this witness did indeed steal the poison on the day in question. And therefore, it all depends on whether or not the defense can prove that he did it with evidence. Ha! No such evidence could possibly exist.
Many Memo-san. This is how our modern justice system works.
What?
In the courtroom, evidence is everything. Something you would do well to remember. Because we are all past the point of speculation at this stage, I assure you.
Very well then. I call upon the defense to present the aforementioned evidence.
This is it then. This will be the final piece of the puzzle. The defense can prove, by means of this item, that this witness' pen has been used to steal the poison. Here you go.
Take that!
Counsel, what is this? What is that bottle?
This bottle contains the unique chemical reagent that can identify the poison in question.
Yes. That poison is an entirely new synthesis of alkaloids developed by my colleagues and I. It would be impossible to detect traces of it in any other method.
Or, from another perspective, simply with this chemical reagent, anybody at all could check for traces of the poison.
A reagent? What?
One drop of the contents of this bottle on the tip of your fountain pen, Mini Memo-san. Is all it would take to solve this case beyond all reasonable doubt.
Here we go. Are you gonna bite your pens?
You can't. I won't.
Your crimes are bad enough, but at least know when to admit defeat. Your Excellency, the defense requests permission to carry out the test on the fountain pen at once.
Here we go.
This isn't my fault. The Empire drove me to this, trying to hold a civilized nation, but bowing reform.
Oh my god. Just keeps going, eh?
Many memo.
Susato, with me.
Oh my god.
I'm here.
Oh my god, double takedown!
Did I do it right? That was a Susato takedown, wasn't it? Not quite. That was a real Taro takedown.
Amazing. That's great. I love this.
The instant the first drop of the reagent touched the nib of the fountain pen, it was clear to everyone present.
Get fucked. When I saw it there in the lab, the poison, the devil got a hold of me and I decided to do it on a whim. I excused myself and emptied the whole of the ink down in the sink in the bathroom, washing the reservoir out carefully.
And then you waited for an opportunity to suck up some of the poison, didn't you? Into your fountain pen.
Yes, that's right. Answer me one thing, Many Memo-san. Why did you steal it? For what purpose? Isn't it obvious to find out what it was made of and expose it in an article? I mean, it was a secret project after all, too juicy for a journal like me to pass up.
And why did the English woman end up dead?
I
went into that hut intending to quiz her on the situation, that's all. As a reporter, a known killer, enjoying full freedom, evading justice by leaving the country, I told her what I thought about it. And she just laughed in my face!
Oh, that's what it is. A Far Eastern caveman purporting to practice journalism.
Wow, he's a cute guy. What the fuck?
Really, you must learn the difference between reporting and listening at doorways, you ignorant plebeian.
What? What did you call me?
This country, with its pretensions to a justice system, to a free press, it's really very depressing. You see your superior ways in the West, yet you lack the mental capacity to emulate them.
Wow.
Get out of here, you oaf. Get out and crawl back to the cave you came from.
That's when I remembered about the deadly poison I happened to have in my pen at the time.
Holy fuck.
What a terrible tale.
Whoops, I gave him other judge voice.
What a terrible tale.
Oh, wow.
In my head, I knew I should just get out of there as quickly as possible, but I couldn't. I couldn't let her get away with what she's done. She clearly had no remorse at all. I suppose it was my journo spirit getting all fired up.
Well, well, well. Yeah, she was an asshole. But still, now we won't know why she killed Wilson, though.
I'd like to ask you something.
Yes?
You often talk about justice. But surely, as a journalist, you could have used other means to deliver the justice you sought.
There's no justice in the press.
Sorry?
After that trial 9 months ago, I kept digging and digging to find out what happened in that courtroom. And finally, I discovered the truth. It was a cover-up. That's what it was.
Oh shit. A cover-up? What do you mean?
I would remind you of your position, witness. Be careful of what you say.
Oh, come on! Doesn't it strike you as strange? We're suddenly not allowed to convict a foreign national? Consular jurisdiction should never have come into it. And yet that puffed up English woman was going to sail away into the sunset of free woman. The only possible explanation to that is behind the scenes, some deal had gone down between Britain and Japan. He is right about this.
What sort of deal?
I done my research, dug up all the dirt. It was all ready to be published. But you know what happened? The editor just tore the article up. He came under pressure from the government, you mean? If our government is going to let criminals walk free, if they're just going to crush the free press, then what choice do I have to see that justice is done myself?
You know what? That's admirable.
Let us not forget, many men-san,
But you did it wrong.
that you committed murder yourself, and you tried to lay the blame on the defendant's door.
Anti-hero indeed.
I'm sorry, but you're not better than Giselle Brett. The truth is, you have no right to talk about justice at all.
Cool motive, still murderer.
I suppose. would appear that we have reached a conclusion in this trial at last. Counsel for the defense, Ryutaro Naruhodo.
Yes. Sorry, Your Excellency. Just musing in a manly way here.
It's almost unbelievable that this is your first experience of Supreme Court. That was an excellent performance. In truth, it very much reminded me of your cousin's exploits.
Oh, Naruhodo-san. Ryunosuke, you mean? Oh my god.
The way you handled this trial 9 months ago, he handled. And the way you handled this one, it gives me hope that we're genuinely entering a new era of justice in this land.
That's very flattering, Your Excellency.
Hearing the defense you put forward today made me feel most keenly that the future of our justice system will be forged by you and your contemporaries.
Thank you.
So, Prosecutor Aochi, out with the old. Do you have any final thoughts?
Oh my god! Oh my god! He's gonna cut it off! He's gonna cut it off! Prosecutor Aochi?
I, Taketsuchi of the Aochi clan, have been bested by a Kareth youth, not once now, but twice. If there was any shred of my former self left, it has withered and died here today.
Gosh, your journey to cultural enlightenment sure took a while, didn't it? Susato! Man, Susato is so fucking savage! Jesus!
Silence!
No mercy!
Rather than living on in shame, I will end it all now with this blade. For that is the true path of Aochism.
Chi-ism. Aochi-ism.
One hopes that that's the only way in which he'll be modeling himself after the witness.
Sprig of my topknot, a time is right for my farewell. Hope is lost forever. Taketsuchi.
Oh my god, the music! Are you gonna do it? Nobody's gonna stop you. There it is. Oh my god, Susato is praying for him. Oh my god! Everybody's like, we're so sorry. Oh my goodness. Oh, that was funny. Pressing F in the chat.
Now in regard to the defendant Ray Membami... remember me, son. Ray Membami... fucking fuck! F. Ray Membami-san.
Yes, Your Excellency.
I have reached my final verdict. I hereby find you... not guilty.
Cherry blossoms. No, but I'm afraid Mr. Mikotoba might be mead.
Court is adjourned.
Definitely don't want that to happen. That would suck.
Alright. That didn't take too long.
It's over. My heart is still pounding in my chest, though. It's all I could do just to stay standing.
Oh my god.
Lawyers have a great responsibility, such a great burden to bear.
Should I change his suit? Because it's kind of silly that the mouse is on there. It's so silly that the mouse is on there. Yeah.
Don't they? Naruto-san.
Yeah, the mouse kind of throws it. Not gonna lie.
Susato! Thank you so much. You were so dashing in there. Ray and Father. Honestly, I'm so touched by everything you've... Oh no, I think I'm going to cry. It wasn't easy, but together we made it. I was on the verge of tears at the end too. The only reason I'm still here is because of you. Oh no, I can't take all the credit. It took courage to tell the truth in there. And you did wonderfully, Ray. So I would have to say that the congratulations belong to you. Susato, don't be so standoffish. Sorry? We're friends, equals, and the trial is over, so no more of this formal super humility nonsense. It's time to celebrate with swagger. To throw caution to the wind. Caution to the... what? I'm the great defense lawyer, Ryotaro Naruto. I'm going to take you out for milk bar tomorrow.
Wow, Ray. Wow. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Or something. Right, I see. Think about it, Ray. At any rate, we really knocked the wind out of that horrid man, and it felt so good. Yes, it was satisfying. It really was. Isn't there anyone else that could throw together?
No. I hope you're not looking at me, Ray.
Oh my goodness! No, of course not. Of course not. Ah, there it is at last. Ray's lovely smile.
You fought for your friend to the very last. As your father, I'm extremely proud of you. Defense attorney Ryotaro Naruto.
Thank you, but I couldn't have done it without your help. Anyway, it's time to bid farewell to Ryotaro, I think. I shall miss him in a way, but it's back to Susato Mikotoba now. So, I'll never see him again then. What a terrible shame.
Oh my god. Wow, she's fucking smitten. Gay. Oh, whoa. Oh shit. What is happening?
Suseki-san and Inspector Hasanaga. I hope you've been keeping well.
Is that really you? Yeah, because it took place at a beach, so he's wearing his beach clothes.
Yes, I had to change my appearance for, well, obvious reasons, I hope. But it's me, Susato Mikotoba.
Hi, don't. So dashing, so divine.
Everybody just likes it. Nobody's against this. Literally, nobody's against it. Everybody loves it.
No! Doubly dashing, yes, and devilishly divine. Just look at you.
Everyone is becoming fluid.
I had no idea, Mr. Sato-san Esquires, that you were locum student Naruhodo-san Esquire's cousin. Astonishing, astounding ace attorney.
Oh, come on. Get at it. They said the title. They said the title. They did it.
Oh, Saseki-san. So confused. I still remember the first time I ever met him. He was still in a prison cell in London. What an extraordinary conundrum it was that he was an unwitting student from Japan found himself embroiled in. After Naruhodo's skillful defense at the Old Bailey, Saseki-san was free to return to Japan. And now he seems to have earned himself a great fame as an author.
I'm stunned. What a truly impressive disguise. Even I had no idea, and I'm a chief inspector of the police bureau who came up with Mr. Turtle, no less. Mr. Turtle! I'm not sure you should be admitting to that, Inspector. Amazing. You're a woman of many faces, I see.
Just two, really. And this was a once-in-a-lifetime event, I hope. Oh, I'm not in a patch on you, though, Inspector. I'm not a patch on you, Inspector.
Well, I am a professional, of course.
I do worry about Inspector Hosonaga sometimes, I really do.
Oh my god.
9 months ago, when he appeared here at the Supreme Court to testify, he was undercover, disguised as a head waiter of a restaurant. And then on the steamship from Great Britain, of course, disguised as a sailor to keep us safe on the journey. Though that didn't help you, did it, Kazuma-sama?
Aww. From my perspective, I have to admit that I have mixed feelings about all this. I mean, and the truth has been lost forever. What do you mean? I'm talking about the murder of the English woman committed at the end of last year. Ah, yes! It was a English doctor she killed, as I understand it. Dr. John H. Wilson, yes. The man I invited to Japan personally. The mystery is, why did she kill him? And now that the culprit herself is dead, we'll probably never know the answer.
On the voyage to Great Britain, we had a most unexpected encounter with Mr. Sherlock Sholmes, the great detective, I mean.
Yes, I remember Mr. Sholmes well, of course. Ah, my arch-nemesis! My arch-nemesis! How lightly you utter his name!
Well, according to the stories published about him in The Adventures of Sherlock Sholmes, the detective once had a partner to help him solve crimes, a best friend. And that man was an exceptional doctor of medicine by the name of John H. Wilson. Oh, what? Dr. Wilson? I just can't believe it's a coincidence. I think that the English doctor of medicine killed here in Japan 9 months ago must have been the friend and partner of Mr. Sholmes.
I think Mikotoba knows.
And if that's really true, then the poor girl won't ever see her beloved father again.
As you know, I have traveled to Great Britain once myself to study. It was around the time you were born.
Yes, grandmother told me about it.
On returning to Japan,
I took up my professorship at the Imperial Yume University. I also serve another role as an advisor to the government diplomatic affairs.
Yes, I was aware of that as well.
In that case, I'm sure you understand that there are some confidential matters I cannot divulge to you.
Could you just tell me one thing? Why did you summon me back to Japan?
So he wasn't sick?
It's been 2 months now since I've returned. When I left England, it was because an urgent telegram had arrived from Japan. It said you've collapsed with high fever, and you were growing weaker by the day.
Oh, what? Where did that news come from?
That's what I like to know, because after that long sea voyage, I find you in fine health, Father. Was there something in Great Britain that you perceive might inconvenience me in some way, or harm me? That's really the only explanation I can think of.
Dear me, do you reserve your most cutting glares for your father, Susato? I'm sorry, my dear, I simply can't.
Whoa, let me go! Whoa!
Many Memo-san.
So, one throat wasn't enough for you?
I've got one last thing to say before they take me away. Professor. Me. I know the truth. I know you had a hand in one webton. In that visiting student's fate. Oh shit. Visiting student? Iseo Brett, you mean? No, not her. The student of law who left for Great Britain 8 months ago.
What? The student of law? He must mean... Kazuma-sama. What are you talking about? What does this have to do... What does any of this have to do with Kazuma-sama?
Nobody here in Japan knows anything about it. They don't know that the guy never made it to England. That he died on that steamship. Oh shit. That he will never... Oh shit!
Oh, hi.
He knows what Susato's... Oh my god. Oh my goodness. The judge. The judge.
Hi.
I did not expect this.
Well, I didn't expect them to find him in here. What are you officers playing at?
Terribly sorry, Your Excellency.
Oh my god.
Throw me over your shoulder.
I was coming to tell you that the rickshaw has arrived, Yujin. And it's a good job I came by.
Interesting. God. 2 handsome men. I don't think I'm able to take this. Oh my goodness. Oh my god. Anyway. Woo! Woo! You most likely fucked with the government. Most likely fucked the government. Fucked the government? I will fuck with the government. Oh yes. Oh yes.
Yes, thank you for dealing with him, and I'll be there shortly.
Oh, Your Excellency.
Oh boy.
The trial is over, I'm not Your Excellency anymore. You're your father's friend.
Seishiro Jigoku. Those weren't one of the names. Also, his smile. They're friends! And his smile. Jigoku. I believe, isn't that the name of the god? Let me play a role in your conspiracy. And may I say, since I saw you last, you seem to have taken a more dashing appearance. Susato. Oh shit!
Did you know all along, from the start of the trial?
Oh my goodness. He knew. A judge sees everything, Susato. I couldn't let you take the risk if Seishiro here hadn't known. And then he recognized you. So I had a word with him, word in his ear beforehand. As an old friend. So Seishiro. Shall we? Yes. Having ruled on that case, now we have various diplomatic issues to address.
Before you go, Father.
Sorry, my dear. We have to return to our earlier conversation at a later date. But well done again, both of you. You did admirably.
God damn it. Oh, thank you very much.
Hi, you're trans now. Cool. What did you think of my Seishiro sling? Seishiro sling! It's been a while since I've been sent a man flying like that. Oh my goodness. Sling me over.
Whatever could Father be hiding from me? About Giselle Brett? About Dr. Wilson? And now it seems, according to the reporter, about Kazuma-sama.
Ooh.
I'm going to have to bring this up with Father sometime, when nobody else is around.
Judicial Assistant Mikotoba's son Esquires. Could I have a word?
Oh, yes, of course, Saseki-san. What is it?
I think perhaps it would be fate that we're meeting again like this now. You see, there's something I need to tell you.
Oh.
I believe that it may be related to the reason your father summoned you back from England.
This I have to hear.
Please,
Soseki-san, tell me at once.
I will! As you know, my time in England was terrible, cursed, I have no doubt. Such awful things I was embroiled in. Thank goodness locum student Naruhodo-san Esquire had stepped in. After he secured my freedom, I couldn't wait to get on a ship back to my homeland. Having arrived in Japan, I submitted a report about my experiences to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The next thing I knew, I had a visitor. It was your father, Professor Mikotoba. He wanted to ask me all sorts of things about my report.
My father?
He seemed to be especially taken with a particular part of the report.
It's because of Van Sykes.
Anyway, he eventually had me thoroughly quizzed me. And it was the very same next day that he sent a telegram to asking you to return to Japan.
What was it then? The particular part that my father was interested in?
I don't really know exactly. But I do remember them. The two terrible cases I was caught up in.
Of course, I could never forget.
Your father seemed terribly concerned with the second case.
The second one? You mean the one Mr. Sholmes forbade any of us to talk about in public? Baskervilles? Which is why it's the only case involving you that any member of the public was aware of. It's the first.
Well, I don't care. I don't care. I've listened to what that dastardly detective says. Anyway, the point is, it seems that case somehow holds the key to all these curiously unanswered questions. That horrific
hideous, heinous case. The case of the haunted lodgings.
That's right. Yes, there was only 2 trials, remember? The other 2 were just investigations. The first trial was in Japan. The second was an investigation in the ship. And then it was McGilded. And then it was Soseki. And then after that, it was protecting Lestrade. But Lestrade is technically the McGilded case. So, only 2 trials technically. Just with different defendants. Technically. It's a very technical term. There's 3 trials in reality, but you know. It has to do with the McGilded thing, so...
That case somehow caused my father to summon me urgently back to Japan. I thought the whole business was over, but it seems I was wrong. Perhaps that's only the start. Perhaps the story is not yet told.
Why is it a stretch? It's not a stretch. He left before the final case starts.
So, the
That's true.
mystery of that English woman's death is solved, thank goodness.
But there's only 2 trials in reality,
And having
so...
stood in the Supreme Court now, I think I can comprehend a little better. How you must be feeling as you fight for people's freedom in a foreign land, Naruhodo-san.
That's a pretty tree.
But actually, I'm writing to you today because of another matter. I met Soseki-san and we talked about that second case he was involved in.
Yeah, but the last trial had to do with the
Father has said
first
nothing
trial,
to me,
though.
But I feel certain of it. That case holds the key to
Who
some
cares?
great unsolved
It's the story that
mystery.
continues it. It's completely
My
tethered.
notes on the case should still be in the office, tucked away at the back of the shelves on the left.
That's my argument.
Perhaps you might like to look over them again.
If it wasn't for that first
Today,
trial, we wouldn't
for
be
the first
able
time
to
this
solve
year,
that last trial.
It feels as though summer has arrived. The sky is a brilliant blue. It makes me long to see
Do you
you
think
again.
Kazuma's body's there? I don't think so.
Yours, Susato.
I don't think so. It's kind of fucked up. If you already had like a tombstone. Can you imagine already having a tombstone? That was a little shorter than the first game's first trial, that's for sure. Or maybe not, because I played this game for 7 fucking hours. I think it's about the same length. Memoirs of the Clouded Kokoro, instead of the adventure of the Clouded Kokoro. I want to see the beginning, though. Also, is that Shomes? Ooh, pretty. So pretty. It is so pretty. Alright. Memoirs, huh? I want to see it. Are we gonna have Wilson dialogue again? Yes, we are.
It was a ghastly tale of a winter's night. One of an invisible
We're gonna
killer
see
and a crime
the
perpetrated
Shakespeare
on the pavement
dude.
along Briar Road. As the victim lay at death's door, the mystery of just who had stabbed the young lady from behind had been resolved. But no sooner had my friend saved that Eastern Exchange student from his harrowing plight than in the dim, flickering shadows of gaslight did a second bizarre crime rend the stillness of that very night. I dare say most can still recall the sensational headlines of the day. Haunted apartment of death, the condemned criminal's curse, the dread demon of coal gas. Yet, though the great detective had at once discerned the truth upon his arrival at the scene, It only proved to be the overture that announced the rising of the curtain on a most
Those
tragic
characters
day.
were not introduced and wasted away. We're gonna reuse those two characters. My name is Ryunosuke Naohodo. I'm a fledgling lawyer. Just starting out on my journey. 6 months ago, I arrived as a visiting student of law, having made the long voyage across the sea from the Empire of Japan to here, London, England. And on the way, in quite extraordinary circumstances, I made an acquaintance of a world-famous detective. Ah, pretty. Currently... Oh! Is that the chest where the manuscript was? It looks like it. Currently, I reside in the attic of the detective's own lodgings, from where I run my legal consultancy of sorts. I have successfully defended a number of clients in Britain's highest court, the Old Bailey. But since a particularly grueling and unforgettable legal battle 4 months ago now, I haven't returned to the courtroom. In truth, I lost my right to return. Oh shit, what? But that epic trial, oh yeah, you're right. He admitted that he acquitted a criminal. What's in the tank? Fish. Fishies. But in that epic trial, just one small an epic tale, a tale which is now about to awaken from slumber, thanks to a letter that arrived this morning from my homeland. Oh boy. You hungry? What a delicious smell wafting up the stairs. I must be nearly time for breakfast. I better go down to Mr. Sholmes' suite. Food! Pexy food. What are you showing me here, eh?
Oh, good. This is good food indeed. Delicious food.
So pretty. And say good morning to the great detective and his flatmate. Alright. Oh wow, a few days have passed already. It was the 13th. And now it's the 30th.
Ah, Reno, good. I was just about to call up to you. The bacon's ready.
Good morning, Iris. It smells delicious as usual. Before we eat, though, I have some news. I had the most surprising— Oh my goodness! Oh my god. There it is. There it is. Tits out, Sholmes.
Shh, not another word, Mr. Naohodo.
Biceps. What biceps? Oh my god.
This could be the abstruse thing for my pre-breakfast stagnation-repelling mental stimulation, my dear fellow.
You don't want me to change them? I do like the other outfit, though. Wanting to you too, Mr. Sholmes.
Ah, yes, I see.
Oh my god!
So that's it.
Too close. My god, this guy has no sense of personal space.
The truth is clear to me as day. My faculties of observation have revealed it again.
What are you talking about?
You, Mr. Naohodo, you have this very morning met with a surprise. Well, is that not the case? Really, my dear fellow, it barely warrants explanation. Firstly, your hair is particularly unkempt. somewhat reminiscent of a bird's nest. Secondly, you have neglected to fasten the third button of your jacket. Clearly, when considered together, these two facts point to you having been flustered this morning.
Can I talk now?
But of course. Oh, I don't look for admiration, you understand?
My hair always looks like this. It's been this way since I first met you.
Oh, it has.
And the button was ripped off last night, if you remember. By you. Oh my god.
Holly pulled your button off.
Untreated ADHD.
Ah yes, I recall the incident now. It was after supper, was it not? As the evening advanced, I picked up my violin and began to play the wailing notes of a haunting tune. But then, to my utter dismay, the third string snapped. Why did it have to happen? Why? Little wonder then that in my vexation, I grabbed the first button I saw and ripped it from its proper place.
Oh my god! Well, I'd like you to like it back now, please. It's troubling me that I can't fasten my jacket.
And it's troubling me that you expect me to know where it is. Somewhere thereabouts on the floor, one presumes.
Helpful. I love him so much.
What matters at the present time, my dear fellow, is simply whether or not my deduction was unerring.
Non-erring.
But Holly, Runu said it when he came in, didn't he? I had a surprise this morning.
God.
Well, that really is a surprise.
This silly dude. Yes, this man is the pride of the British Empire. The famous consulting detective, Mr. Sherlock Holmes. There can't be a single person in the world who doesn't know his name.
Alright then, enough of this silly conversation. Come and eat the bacon before it gets cold. And I have a new herbal tea for you to try too. My latest special blend.
And here we have Iris Wilson, Mr. Sholmes' lodger and companion. A truly exceptional young girl, who's the author of a highly successful serialization here in London. Yes, The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, as published by Enrance magazine.
So, Mr. Marhodo, why don't we put this out of our misery? What surprised you this fine morning?
Well, I received a letter from Japan.
Oh, from Susie, you mean? Was it really?
That's right, and she had some rather startling news, in fact.
Ah, intriguing indeed. You must tell us all about it over breakfast.
Oh my god, he's so skinny!
Yes, what fun!
I'm tired. Time to go to sleep. Time to go to sleep. Okay, I'm going to... What do I have here? Armen I inherited from Cosima. I want to see what he says now. Does he say something different?
Oh, this is a Japanese kanji script embroidered here.
That's right, the name of the armband's owner.
Ah, so that's how you write Naruhodo, is it?
Actually, no. It's my best friend's name, not mine. It's pronounced Kazuma Asogi. I actually believe this armband in some way embodies his spirit, you see.
So So you have to write all those lines just for one person's name. Kanji's funny, isn't it?
That's right. Never mind my feelings about my best friend. It's lines I really want to talk about.
Fucking pouring his heart out here. And she's like, wow, kanji looks like that, eh?
Oh, you have a scale balances in Japan too, do you?
Well, yes. Nothing like good old the Old Bailey's huge example.
The thing about their scales is, they're only ever in balance right at the start of a trial, aren't they? Otherwise, they always seem to be hanging one way or the other.
I noticed that exact same thing. My friend's dead. Hi. My name is Naruhodo. I miss my friend. Alrighty then. Oh, I'm gonna go to sleep. Oh. Thank you so much for joining me. I'm depressed. Oh my god. Time for big beds. Fuck. I wanted to return to the title screen, but I accidentally just closed the game. That's how you know I'm tired. Oops. I messed up. I messed up there. Oh man. Boomer. No, anything but that. Anyway, I'm gonna rest up. I'm going to art tomorrow. I'm not gonna stream. I just really wanted to know what that first case was, and we stopped at a very good moment. So, we'll continue again next week. It's gonna be shorter streams because my vacation time has pretty much run out. I only have tomorrow and the weekend to rest up. So I'm gonna rest up real good, if you don't mind. So thank you so much for joining the stream. I will see you next time, okay? Good night, everybody. I'm not gonna stream together, and that's for real. I'm not gonna stream tomorrow. I'm going to rest up for real. So I'm yeah, less marathoning, pretty much. But this weekend I just want to draw. I just want to draw a whole lot. So good night, everybody. Good night. Bye, everyone. Yep. Good night, everybody. Bye-bye.